saw the video first. That's really.
Madam President, I'm recording now.
Okay, so we'll start, what time is it, 8:46?
46.
It is now 8:46, and after some setup issues, we're starting at 8:46. So call meeting to order and verify quorum. So we'll have a roll call. Vice President Hasty,
Here.
Secretary Wells,
Here.
Board Member George,
Here.
Board Member Montoya.
Here.
So we have a quorum, and I'm here. Somebody always reminds me to say something, so I'm here. And so we do have a quorum. We'll go to item B, welcome, and a recap of legislative session. And I would like to start and say that it went very well. Usually I think that event is useless because you're fighting for their time. But I think I made some good points in our conference, standing up and saying what I did and also visiting with the former chair of LFC, who is Representative Lundstrom, and it was, and I think I can say this because it was made public that she was removed as chair and replaced with a newer representative. So just seeing and reading the articles, and it was a shocking move. And so I was able to speak with her and, just tell her that we appreciate her, all her efforts, because she was vital in the impact aid legislation. And I think from her, it was if not for her, I don't think we'd be sitting here with 100% funding. And her last concerns, her last meeting that she held with us, I think she really, I think that part was true, is that she did a lot, she fought a lot, and this may be the reason why she was taken from that seat, but because of her efforts. And so we really need to make sure that we're responsible and accountable with that extra funding. So I believe it was good, and then we also touched base with our new Navajo Nation president, Boo Nygren, at a reception, and I believe it's one thing to hear and another to talk to the individual and actually see and I believe he was concerned, and I really liked his comment of, oh, CCSD's in the House. He says, you guys are a force, and so I don't know how many. It sounded like he talked to various board members, so I think that was good, and he remembers that. So there was important networking that went on, and so I think it was a very good conference. Thank you. So Vice President Haskell.
I agree. I did talk to President Dykeman also. He said he would like to set up a meeting to discuss the things that are important for our school district. So I don't know when that can take place, but sooner than later. There was a lot of things that we talked about, that, and I think it went pretty well in terms of our initiatives, so, yes.
Should that meeting be a board meeting or a leadership?
I think more of a leadership meeting to make sure that we, that we're including them in terms of our strategic, our planning, what we see and vision for our school district, and how the nation can help with those efforts, how we can collaborate, and how this could be more of a partnership than, us against them kind of relationship. I think we need to establish those parameters from the get-go, since we are in that planning stage right now.
We can work on that.
Secretary Wells.
I enjoyed the session. I think it was productive. Other than that,
Board Member George.
It was a good conference, and I thought we did really well. And I had talked to the new president as well, and for Navajo Nation. I had invited him to come see our schools and visit us.
Board Member Montoya.
I unfortunately did not get to rub elbows with anybody, but certainly the training that we had was very informative and useful. Hopefully will assist us with what we're trying to do. So overall, it was good.
And I think just to, I'm sorry, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add, also I have her card somewhere, from PNM. And, they wanted to have a discussion too, so.
Interesting.
Yes, so I got a card from her, I can't remember her name, but
I would
I
love
think
to
I
see
know.
that.
yeah, she really wants to have a discussion
About,
with, about the situation we're in. So that was just,
interesting.
No, who was the, from where?
from PNM,
E&M.
yeah.
The public relations.
I don't remember.
Well, the main one is gone, so I'm very interested to see who this is. Sayuri.
Let me see if I have her card. I just picked up cards.
So I just wanted to go back on what Vice President Haskell had mentioned about leadership meeting. And I think in our efforts, I would like to do that as a leadership meeting, but with a possible quorum. Because I feel that everybody has something to offer, and all the board members. So if there's a possible quorum, then that be noted, but yeah, I think that would be great to do it that way.
If I may, certainly a suggestion to do it sooner than later, because if he's been sparked and his interest is there to look at what we're doing, not necessarily as a school district, but because of what we deal with, the whole, and most districts don't. And I think hopefully it will help them as a tribe to truly understand what it is we're dealing with. And I think from the perspective of the totality, whether it be the economic circumstance, the educational impact rate, all those things that matter. And even in regards to what we did with National Congress of American Indians and getting that resolution passed, even with an IEA, to hopefully help nudge them further to join along as well.
Exactly. It would be amazing if Navajo Nation decided to join.
It's precisely my point, if they can see what we're doing and how we're doing what we're doing. Because again, if we remember, we were initially reneged and it was tabled, but yet we were able to justify our points for them to see that and realize that and then ultimately support it.
And I'd like to also add that in terms of my different conversations with council delegates and with Representative Allison, I think it's better, like Board Member Montoya mentioned, to have that meeting sooner than later because they're depending on the issues that are coming forward, they're creating a narrative for us, and we need to get ahead of that. We need to be the ones that are telling our story, not them creating havoc for us.
Were there any changes to our priorities on legislation? For President?
Other than just following up on those contacts. And that's why I'm saying, you know, when we had the LFC meeting, you know, it was really good to see everyone there, you know, and wow, Ms. George joined in with Zoom, but you know, it was good to see that we're all, you know, have the same information and then also with Secretary Wells commenting that and letting and that was the first I've heard of it, but where he said, you know, our students are selling in Bastrop parking lot and jewelry during school hours. And you know, and I think the picture that Santa Fe has is that we are what's the word, embellishing, but when you have, you know, a board member such as Secretary Wells, you know, saying those things as well and seeing that, it really helps with the whole picture of what we're going through. So that's why I think instead of limiting to leadership, I think, you know, we all have things to offer. And when we have this meeting with Navajo Nation President. Okay, are we done? Oh, and then too, I think we need to also include superintendent on this recap.
Sure. There was supposed to be a meeting yesterday that superintendents were going to Zoom in, and some actually went to Santa Fe. Quite a few actually traveled there, and they didn't hear about it. So what they were going to talk about was House Bill 130, which is something we all need to kind of be aware of, because so that's the one. There's actually a Senate bill and there's two House bills. The House bill is 130, and I think the other one's like 194. 130 is the one that gets rid of K5 plus in ELTP, and they call it the K12 plus program bill, which is sort of weird because it's the K12 plus program is all about that 1140. So you keep hearing about the 1140 hours for both elementary and secondary.
Excuse me, that was the one that was expressed in that presentation.
Yeah.
From Pet, I keep forgetting the guy's name that gave the presentation, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. And I mean, as far as there's quite a few bills that we should kind of be aware of, that I need to be aware of, and I can kind of let you know what's going on with them as they go along. And I'm learning a lot about the process. So that what they're doing is they're looking at 130, and so they went ahead and recommended it at the Legislative Educational Study Committee. But they also are looking at House Bill 194, so they're talking about possibly merging those. And when they merge them, that may change some of the funding aspects of it. So I guess the main reason we all need to be worried about it is part of it is the number of hours and trying to get that across. I think we're fine with that in our district because of what we did this year. We won't go up in days from what we did this year. Whereas there are a lot of districts, especially to meet that elementary aspect of it, are gonna have to add days to their calendar. But we shouldn't in order to get the 1,140 for the elementary. As far as the high school, I think almost everybody's okay across the state. And I think part of what the issue is gonna be is to get the number of days. And one of the issues between the two bills is one of them includes professional development time. So you would actually include the teacher hours with that bill, and the other one doesn't. So we don't know where they're gonna go as far as is that time gonna be included during the school day? So it's, in other words, if we do these early releases that we do, that's something that the state might say, well, those shouldn't count. And you need to add those instructional hours. And that would change our calendar. So our calendar committee has met twice. And I would like to ask the Central Hospital to invite you all once again so we can get some board representation on that, just to get some clarification of what they're saying and also get some, I think the board can be pretty unanimous in the things that you're asking for and then have that representation and that strong representation that would actually change kind of what's going on, possibly change the course of it. I want to have more community and board representation in that calendar committee because of what happened last year. I don't want it to be this staff group that comes, along and just railroad stuff. So I want to make sure and we have Zoom capabilities. Everybody doesn't have to show up. We can always make it so there's a Zoom. You're always invited. I'll make sure Tanya and Ryan invite you all with that. So the thing is, once these sessions happen and they sort of merge it and change the bills into something that's going to go to the Senate and possibly be passed, that's when everything could possibly change, and the calendar committee needs to continue to meet and be aware of that. So anyway, that bill right there, I have these things pulled up a little bit, and there's a kind of a bill tracker, and it says where it's at, what's happened. Again, it was supposed to be talked about on Friday, but now it's pushed back again until Monday. I don't know if I finished that. I said that all the superintendents who actually went there, sat there and listened and then table it. So some of them might try to go back Monday, and they're gonna look at it once again on Monday and talk about it.
Are you saying we tabled 130?
They tabled the discussion, they didn't table the bill. So they just, they didn't get to it.
Okay.
So I don't
It
know.
says on the 6th, went to the HJC and reported by committee with the due pass recommendation. That's the last thing that I see in that bill. On that 130.
Yeah, so it hasn't been gone through all the processes.
What committee is it in right now?
It doesn't show the committee
It doesn't
now,
show.
but it showed that it went to the HEC, reported by committee with the due pass. And then on day 4, which was the 6th, the HJC reported by committee with the due pass recommendation.
So what 194 says, it's called public school finance changes, but it says relating to public school finance creating a K-12 plus factor, increasing the length of the school year. So they're also increasing the length with that bill, increasing the at-risk program unit, increasing the responsibility factor for principals and assistant principals. So they're actually putting principal and assistant principal salaries within that. But that one also repeals K-5 plus and ELTP. So I think that's going to happen. There's not going to be K-5 plus ELTP.
So it was referred to 3 committees: House Education, House Judiciary, and House Appropriations. And since it went through House Judiciary, it's now in House Appropriations. And what I would imagine them doing if they're thinking about merging those 2 bills is they're probably trying to create a substitute bill and then report the substitute bill out of House Appropriations would be my guess. So we definitely need to watch for that substitute bill.
So when they have when you're in that, where you can testify in terms of all of that, what, if any of us aren't on, what does our school district, do we support those changes or not?
we won't know until they come out, right? So we'll have to circulate that and get your thoughts on that by email. Unless it's close to a meeting and then you can discuss it.
You know, during the presentation there at the conference, with the gentleman from Ed, he put up a cartoon, you know, with the roller coaster. And I guess that was the analogy for how the low and high boom of the oil and gas industry as far as funding. And it made me think about talking with Montoya, board member Montoya, about how a lot of these bills are created and passed, and then down to our schools where during the course of the day, such as K-5 plus, or now we're talking about K-12, or, you know, those different bills and how they affect our student. And I wish somebody would put as a cartoon or whatever, but how in the course of a day, how those bills affect our students. You know, from 8 o'clock to and then how so that our parents and our community can actually see that it takes away when, I mean, even normal person, you know, it's you're on working on something and then all of a sudden something comes along and it disrupts you. That's the same thing with school. And how often that happens to a student during the course of the day. And in order to comply with legislation. And I think that would be something to really counter some of this, and then yet they have the audacity to say that local boards have the local control. We don't. And you know, for me, my background is electrician. How am I gonna? So, you know, most of this, you know, comes from legislative bills that are passed, and so it'd be good to see how they fit in during the course of the day of a student, from elementary to mid-school to high school.
Steve, who would be the best person to do something like that?
To do which portion of it, like,
To track what she's saying so we could have that kind of visual.
that's,
I think Leandro.
yeah, data somewhere in there, whatever.
Because we've talked about this. I mean, it's come up here and there, especially when they were increasing for the hours before, that it's not quantity, it's quality. And adding hours and adding time, additional time, is not gonna do anything. It's just like throwing money at the situation continuously. If we're not providing quality, then there's no amount of time that's gonna make a difference. I don't think those bills are really, in my opinion, I don't think it'll really do anything, just add more stress to school districts and to students, especially to students.
I've been saying that for a while. In fact, get up to those conferences and speak out about it when they talk about learning time. There's a difference between what they talk about in respects to learning time and actual teaching time. So you get in that classroom and you start dissecting that day and really how much time, and then again, pointed out the impediments, quite frankly, is what I call them, and impositions from the state that we're talking about now that actually take away from that time that these teachers have. And therein lies the problem, because what happens is there has to be a give and take.
Yeah.
There has to be. They can come up with all these grand ideas and all these schemes to try to affect the outcome, but the outcome is affected by how much quality time that teacher actually has in front of those children and working with those children. But when they're constantly bombarded, again, I've said this before, they're administrative data collectors. How in the world do they have the time to truly engage and teach these kids?
Yeah.
It's being minimized by the same people who say they're there to help them.
Yep.
And there's a problem, to your point, Ms. Aspis, about local control, which we're talking about for 3 years now, going on 3.5 years now, about how those impositions, as I call them, are impediments to the actual teaching. I said this at one of the conferences late last year. You can dump as many hours and as much money as you want, that's not going to affect the outcome. It's how much quality time that human being, that teacher has with these kids. They keep interrupting it. On top of all the data collection that they want these teachers to do. That's the problem. That's why people are leaving the profession, because they're not allowed to do their job and perform their function, which is to educate these kids. Especially now under the fact that we have, again, a 2-year learning loss, in some cases even more. So what do we do and how do we do it? I've asked them bluntly, and I can't get an answer. They won't answer me.
We get rid of Algebra 2.
Oh, yeah.
I think it-
That's the other one. I didn't want to get, I'll get into that in a minute if you want. That's still out there in the in-house education committee, so.
And
I agree with Board Member Montoya, because I think that the teachers, and like he said, they're leaving by the droves because they're not allowed to be creative. They're not allowed to be able to teach the material that they're so passionate about. I mean, why would you pick a profession if you weren't passionate about it? And it's to that point where you're inundated with all these extra things that aren't part of teaching, the data collection and all this other stuff, that you're not passionate about that stuff anymore. You're losing that element. And it resonates to our students.
I mean,
And how is that beneficial?
let me read off these things, some of these things that they do, they're expected to do throughout their day, throughout their week, throughout the month. Daily objectives, planning, lesson prep, SATs, IEPs, PLCs, their regular duties, their intervention, the Power School, professional development, meetings, testing, ISS or ISSMA, FBAs, which are functional behavior assessments, WIDA, SEL, MLSS, grading, the vector training, the safety protocols, committee meetings, prepare for open house, prepare for data folders for students in student-led meetings, PACs, teacher evaluation planning books, and all the data collection for all these things that they're being held accountable for.
see,
How
that's
in the hell do they get time to teach?
a list like that of what happens during that. For a student, bilingual, could being pulled out for bilingual. I mean, we gotta look at the whole thing, and I think once that is created, we need to send that to Santa Fe and let them know, this is what happens. Where is the quality? And then now you have a bill that tries to, lower, I think it's lowering the standard.
Which one, the
And
graduation one?
with the Algebra 2. And I got up and spoke on that also, and I said, seems like you went with the students that said, where will I use this? I've never used it, you listen to that audience, and yet I was that same student that used to say those things, but I do use it as an electrician. So, I believe that just lowered the standards, and then also I couldn't believe, with the 50% grading, And to me, it's just only to make an individual look great, you know, and saying, oh, we upped New Mexico's graduation. Oh, baloney, you lowered the standards, that's what you did. So,
I heard a teacher say something to me a couple of days ago, and it kind of addresses what you're saying. And they said, why, asked very pointedly, why do the teachers, and she wasn't being disrespectful to the kids. She just prefaced that, her comments with that. She goes, why are the teachers responsible for the SEL? They're not psychologists, they're not counselors. Yet we have to sit here and pay attention to every child in that respect. And she says, what we need to do is to get these kids to buckle down, to learn. They are behind. We have kids in 3rd grade, 4th grade that cannot read. How is that going to help them with their reading or their math or understanding these concepts when we're too busy worried about their feelings and their emotions? It came from a teacher. And again, she says, it's not that I don't care about them. I do. I care about them so much, it drives me crazy that they're falling so far behind. That we're looking at all these other little things other than their education, period, she said.
feel free to speak.
I'm going to say something that I've addressed before, and it adds to remember what I asked. You ask how is the data collected? All of the stuff is piled on. We gotta have this, we gotta have this. I'll tell you what is happening. If they have and I saw this when my wife was teaching. She was responsible for all of these reports and all of the data that needed to be collected. Then the aide, who is not certified, who does not, has to do the teaching, while the teacher, the certified teacher, is collecting the cockeyed data for Santa Fe or for someplace else. That is what is happening in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
They pile all of this requirements. Oh, we gotta know how this is affecting the kids, or what the kids are doing here. Who then is doing the teaching? The aide. Is the aide instructed? Is the aide the one that's supposed to be hired to teach?
Mm-hmm.
Does the aide have the experience to teach? Not to demean the aide,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not qualified to do the instructing.
So if we had a magic wand, how would we fix it? Because we have talked about the over historic layers of stuff we don't even need anymore that we report on.
Get rid of those the way to take care of it is if they come out with something new, then get rid of all of that they've piled on before.
We need a cleanup, Bill.
But they don't. They just add to and add to and add to.
That's what I mean. If we can get that information and break it down visually to what happens and how these bills look in that on that whole day of that student and show that piece, and then the second piece would be how to fix it. Then you would have to have a data person so the teacher can teach and the assistant can help.
So here we go with that too. And it was one of the things I was going to propose, since we're already discussing it with that list that I read off, right? We know, again, I've said this before, you have pre-primers in 5th grade. Kids that are in preschool level reading, 5th grade, can't read. So what do we do? I mean, what have we been talking about? Not just us, but the state, the country, that learning loss of 2 years. We have a very small window to try to make up that ground. So I would, correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, but we have EAs in preschool and kindergarten, correct?
Generally speaking, there's definitely in preschool, not necessarily in kindergarten, but generally we do. And that's actually one of those ones we kind of have to look at, because when the kindergarten numbers are below 15, we don't need to have an EA in there. Although it's much easier if you do to help teach. Most classes do have one. So we have kindergarten classrooms with 10 kids and an EA.
Okay, so,
First grade, you can have one if you get beyond 20. We don't usually do that.
but so here's my point with that, is that we know and understand that these kids, especially now, again, you take the kids that are in 5th grade that were in 3rd grade at the beginning of the pandemic and had to suffer through those 2 years. Now they're in the 5th grade. I was going to propose that we put an EA in every single classroom up to 3rd grade, and then a floater in 4th and 5th grade. That way they can bounce around between those two classes, because most of the schools have at least 2 grade levels of 5th or 4th, right? Generally speaking, on average.
Yeah, generally speaking.
So that way that floater can assist in truly helping and allowing that teacher to work, because looking at how they're situated, you have a few that are on grade level, at grade level, let's say 5th, sake of discussion. You have a few that again, pre-primers, 5th grade. But then you have that center point. Generally, especially in group movement, superintendent knows this, a lot of teachers are grouped by level, low, medium, and high. Best way to do is to mix them, because they help teach each other, peer instruction. So that way the teacher, the actual teacher, can focus on assisting those people with the most need, and then the EA can float around and work with the others within that classroom. Because there has to be somebody else in there assisting them to get us to where we need to be in order to move that needle. Again, it's also about, and you guys have heard me say this before, solutions to problems, but yet most often they're trade-offs. Something's got to give. You got to make something a little better by making something a little worse, or you make something a lot better by making something a lot worse. So where does that have to be? Where's that point, that finite point where you get that balance to be able to make that change and that difference in the education of these kids? And again, I've said this before about the imposition of the state and what they're asking. We, and then they talk about local control, have to decide where our true focus is going to be to try to make up that difference in those gaps. Where are we as a board going to understand to get the best outcomes, because we're responsible for that. I said that in that last meeting with those people from the ESS. And they were talking about their subs when I was asking about it. We want quality. And if we're going to demand that quality, then that's the quality we have to give to our teachers and support them. That's where the support needs to be, is in that classroom, not for that classroom, like, again, all these things that are coming down that I just read off. Because again, how do you measure those things in respects to the outcome at the end of the day? How much growth do they have, and have they achieved in that time?
I have a question. So currently EAs are not allowed to collect that data?
Mhm.
Is that?
I don't know.
Oh, they could.
Oh, they
If
could?
that were something, I mean, they basically have a contract that says other duties as is required.
So it's not statutory that a teacher collects it?
No, I doubt very seriously. Now, again, obviously, this is the educator that's collecting the data, but again, input those things. And to me, again, the focus needs to be on instruction.
Because the reason I asked that question is House Bill 216 is a LESC public education study. And the point of that is to direct LESC to study issues regarding our public school system. And this would be a really huge
That's one of
one
them.
that we could participate
That's a
in.
huge one.
I think so.
Usually when we talk about,
See what you sparked there?
being, having to being top heavy, we talk about that, but for myself, I would take that criticism if we could do something like that, and helping our,
Data is so important.
because, you see private school, charter schools, they probably do something out of the box. in order to get their numbers up. But why can't public schools do that as well? I mean,
So here's another portion of that. You know, we have these ISOs who are technically certified educators, and some of them are working towards their administrative licensure or have that. But at the same time, we're facing a shortage of approximately 26 educators in the district. I believe we have 8 ISOs. They're back in the classroom. The coaches,
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. The only problem I have with that is that you mentioned especially that why is this teacher having to deal with the SEL?
Mhm.
That's ISO. The teachers should be doing the exact same thing they've always done. I mean, you mentioned PACS, that's already there.
Yeah.
That shouldn't really be any extra right now for that teacher. And I'll tell you that, you talk about the EAs and everything. One of the things we haven't talked about and we need to bring out is the data. And I'll give you some data. 4th grade, EVB Stokely, I don't know who's teaching there, but there's 35 kids starting the school year. 20% were on target, that's 5 kids. So 5 kids were on target where they need to be out of 35. But in the middle of the year, that same school, out of those kids, 42% were on target. 42% is a little bit under half, so I'm assuming it's about 16 kids. So that particular grade level had 11 kids who jumped up from not being on target to being okay where they're at. And just in reading, their math scores and their language scores are similar. I don't know if anybody here can tell us, but I bet you there's no EA in that classroom. I bet you that teacher is making do, those teachers, with what they have. There are pockets where teachers are being successful with what we have. And the reason I bring that up, everybody knows who I'm talking about, obviously. But there are teachers who are handling the load and are able to do those things. And actually, I mean, those results are phenomenal. Now, I don't know if all those kids are gonna be proficient at the end of the year, but if they are, that kind of growth, if we saw that district-wide, people would be saying, what are they doing in Center Consolidated? So there are teachers that are able to handle that load and able to teach during that time that they have. They may be overloaded. Now, when I say that, Gary's probably like, well, my wife comes home and works, from 6 until 10 at night also. But so did my wife for 20 years.
okay,
Well,
so
that's
let
why
me
it's a floater
let
system.
me respond to that.
that's why it's a floater system. If they don't need it, then, okay.
So I like what she's proposing in terms of one day, looking at what a student looks at, one day, a full day of all the things that they go through. I would like to see it like in a teacher track too.
Mhm.
And I like to see where with you said with all these house bills, where they overlap. I'm sure there's a lot of redundancy in terms of assessments with
Yes.
scores and the requirements. I would like to see like a breakdown of all that. And that's probably where the House Bill 116 falls until line 216. Where,
I would add the EAs to that, because then you can compare and contrast.
yep,
That's what I did on my notes, is what you said plus the EAs, because, and then overlaying the historic data requirements. Because that would really give us a good picture to be able to say to LESC, and looking with what you just said, we can see these pockets of where it's really successful and what happened there, and how do we then replicate that in other places.
Right. and
So-
by adding bills is not gonna help.
But by doing that too, I accept your point of what you're saying, but just imagine if they're truly able to focus, and you know this, to focus on that teaching, how much better that would be, and not just competency, but proficiency. Because those two words quite often get interchanged for meaning the same thing, and they're not. My emphasis and goal would be proficient, not just competent. See, and so therefore, are we going to be satisfied with just them being competent? Or would we much rather them be proficient at what they're doing? And if you have those teachers that are able to focus on that, then how's bells and you blow those numbers out of the water? Because again, that tells me that those people that are turning those numbers are doing a hell of a job with what they have to deal with every single day. And to excuse it as a matter of, and I know you're not saying this, so I'm not putting words in your mouth, Steve, but Some people would say that. Yeah, but they've been doing it for X amount of years. Okay. But they don't get to create FTEs at a drop of a hat like some people do in the administration. Because the load gets heavy. Well, I need an FTE for this or an FTE for that. As long as they can justify it, why can't the teacher justify an FTE for an assistant or an EA? Especially again, when these kids are 2 years behind. So what are we gonna do collectively to help them, other than to expect that they do it and achieve those numbers? Well, if we expect them to achieve those numbers, we're gonna do everything we can to make sure that they're doing even better than that.
Marion had his hand up.
I remember, and this was, my wife would have a kid at this side of her desk that she kept an eye on all of the time. A kid at this side of the desk. Perhaps one sitting right in front. Now, all of the rest of the kids were working, were doing their job, but here was 3 out of 15 or 20 perhaps, I don't know, that needed special attention. I suspect that takes place in all of the classrooms, that there are certain kids that need. So if a teacher is having to, in order to help the kid, whether it's emotional needs, whether it's educational needs in some particular area, she was able to take and concentrate on this kid and this kid and this kid and allow the rest of the class to work. Now, if that's taking place in all of the classrooms, these 3 then who may be trailing behind or need special attention are getting that special attention. But if each of those kids are requiring special attention and the rest of the kids are working at level, then that brings up the average of the whole thing. But if that teacher is not able to give individual attention because of her workload, then those that need special attention, not necessarily the rest of them that are accelerating on their own or learning on their at the speed that the whole class is, then she's not able to bring these up. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I can't articulate what I'm thinking.
You did.
That's precisely what I've been saying, is that when you have those kids again that are pre-primers,
Or a chapter meeting.
and those teachers have to focus in on those lower kids, that certainly takes away from the concentration of helping the others, which is an injustice to the others. That's why I say, if we can seriously look at putting EAs, and again, that foundation is built right there in first, second, and third.
Mm-hmm.
They should be, by the time they get out of 3rd grade, they should be reading. That's, I've said this before, sitting in the governor's office in respects at a roundtable, discussing that with their leadership about how, and when they talk about that social promotion, just push them on. You're doing a disservice. Because statistics will prove that if they cannot read by the time they get out of 3rd grade, the chances of them ending up in jail or prison are pretty damn high.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we doing for the sake of the feelings and not ensuring that they're ready?
You're handicapping that kid for the rest of his life. Is what we're doing.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you're doing. So again, what are we gonna do? That's the point to me of constantly saying about, if we're serious about more local control, then we're gonna have to take control and make some decisions and present it to the state and say, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it for the betterment of the education of these kids.
It's true.
Well, like with the STAT process, that the teachers all of you have been saying, especially Mr. Montoya, in the classroom, the teachers, they have to do that SAT process, and the paperwork for that is like this. And for every student that needs that SAT process that they identify just within the day or within a week or within a month, that student needs a SAT process. And then the criteria for the DL program, kids with behavior problems in the classroom, that's where the EA is really needed in there, because the EA can, you know, like Mr. Wells said, the students who need help that are here and here, that EA can sit there and work with those students while the rest of the class is on target with the teacher. And then, you know, you have a behavior kid that's in the classroom that's disrupting the class and either has to be removed from the classroom or the students have to be relocated to another classroom because of that one student who has a behavior problem, because there's not a one-on-one EA with that student, or there's, you know, we're not following the IEP or the behavior intervention plan that they have, the BIP. And then the SEL coaches, you know, they're there in the schools, but they're just like, you know, they just tell the teacher, oh, well, you have this problem, but go to the book and look at this, instead of like interacting with that teacher and showing them and going into the classroom and actually like walking them through it. This is how you manage this. This is how we would do this. Or let me help you in this classroom today so that I can model for you how to do it the next time. Those SEL coaches are not, you know, really doing it that way. They're kind of sitting from a chair point saying, this is what you do on your own. Figure it, you know, here's the book, do it on your own. And we have a lot of teachers, veterans and new teachers who are just stressed out. I mean, TVA alone is looking at losing a lot of teachers next year or this new coming school year, because the Filipinos visas are expiring. And then there's teachers that are just stressed. They're just like, there's no help in the classroom. And the EAs that they have, they're used for other things like testing or like pulling out and doing other things instead of actually being in the classroom with the students, helping them or helping the teacher. And, you know, I really think that we should go back to where the counselors, because they already do and prepare for the testing for the students, they should go back to handling the SAT process, because they're already doing that thing and they're not doing the emotional trauma counselor part. They're not doing that. The social workers are doing that part. So the counselors should have the SATs, the data. Like I said, they're already doing the testing for the that's initiated for all students. And then that would allow the EAs to actually do their EA work in the classroom to help the teachers and help those students who are not getting enough services. And then the coaches that are at the administration office, at the admin part, those ones need to be in the school. They need to be in the teacher because they have a teacher certificate. And right now we have a lot of shortages. And then where we're really seeing the part where kids are not reading at their level and catching up on that is because we're falling short in the exceptional services. Exceptional kids. Yeah, student support. We're not meeting the IEPs. And those students are the ones that can't read, can't comprehend the math, can't comprehend their emotional well-being, or, you know, they need extra time. And then that falls under the kids that have the behavioral intervention plans that take away from the teaching when they have a behavioral issue during class time. So the class has to stop. Like I said, sometimes they throw the table over, or they throw things, and it becomes an unsafe environment at that point, and the teacher has to decide then, do I take my whole class out and regroup somewhere else? Or how can we manage to pull this student out? And then some of those students who have high behavioral issues are given to other teachers to deal with. And it's like, how am I gonna deal with it? I have my classroom, what about the safety of my other students, you know? But I totally agree with Mr. Montoya about having the EA in the elementaries all the way up. Because that's where the kids are very strong and very instrumental in learning. They wanna learn, but, you know, we don't have that coverage there. And, you know, it's just, I agree with him, if we have an EA in those classes, up into that point, we would tremendously see a lot of improvement.
That early childhood.
Yeah.
Is there a reason, Superintendent, a reason why the academic coaches are at the district office and not within the schools?
No, they should be in schools.
And I just want to point out, I know that we've been spending quite a bit of time on legislative recap, but what we're talking about right now actually has bearing on our strategic plan.
And organizational chart?
So
Yes.
we'll just kind of float into that and.
I mean, the notes that I'm taking really do speak to that.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to point that out to you
Okay.
guys.
yeah, and,
Are there any more bills that you want to talk about?
no, but yeah, it does go into the next item.
And so let me just recap, would you like me to just recap?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the things that I'm hearing in terms of strategic plan that, and I may have missed some things, so that's why I want to recap it, but, I mean, some of the stuff that we've talked about are obviously historic data requirements that are no longer used and participating in that legislative process to fix that, but really getting a handle on what the day looks like. And so, Vice President Haskey, I've added to that snapshot to include the points raised by Board Member George, looking at the SEL, the IEP, and the SAT processes, and including counselors and social workers in that overall snapshot to determine if we can make some changes to that process that would serve students better and teachers better, and all of our staff. And then I think one of the things that really captured my strategic planning brain attention was the concept of, you know, the first up through grade 3 having a particular focus, not saying that other grades don't have a focus, but that early foundational concept that you guys were talking about, and really making sure that we do that extremely well, because then that, you know, has ripple effects up all the way through graduation and beyond. And and then the effect of disruptive students and how do we really help those students? And that's one of the biggest gaps that we have, right? Because if we can help those students, not only do we help those students, we help the entire class that student is in. So those are the things I captured high level based on the conversation we just had. Did I leave anything out high level?
So when that happens, when this, put that picture together, you know, we have a student's day and what all concerns that student, then the teachers, and then,
Teacher with EA, teacher without EA.
Yes,
Yes.
First.
yeah, without and with,
and then,
By grade level.
yes.
and I'm just going by topics that I feel that are strong, which is the legislative, how some programs are probably redundant. And then the teachers, what's in their scope of work, what they need to do for that student during the day. And then we can't go without knowing, as far as emotional, well-being of that student, you know, what does that all entail? And
So I added role of data collection and evaluation and
And
factor.
I don't want words.
No.
Oh, I wanna something that a parent can come in, a community member can come in and look at that and see and like, oh, and even a representative can look at and look and see that, oh my gosh.
I wonder if they know where we are.
So, I think in our response, when's that going in?
About a week. So I think it's the 20th is the due date.
This
In
would
our,
be a
in
bigger-
our terms of, to segue into EA's, House Bill 127 says to increase pay for educational assistants. How's that in our school district? How does that look?
How's it look?
Yeah.
It would increase some, but we actually had some good raises this year
Okay,
for EAs. They're not making.
so it's not like it's not, we're not the what
If we
this
added
bill
EAs,
is
it
targeted for.
wouldn't be a problem as far as, you know, financially, if that's what we want to do. And it's interesting because a lot of that conversation kind of goes into one of these recommendations that I have blank right now that I need to kind of talk about. Central should realize potential staffing efficiencies by collapsing classes, which is that part of it we haven't really talked about, and hiring educational assistants where feasible. So what you're saying is great, but I think part of what would also need to happen, if we're gonna put more EAs, we do need to kind of look at some of these areas. We do have schools where there's 12 kids in a classroom. And I can tell you right now that based on the overall number, that even Stokely, and I can look at it real quick right now with all of them and tell you just exactly how many teachers there are in each grade level. There are some who have 13 kids in class, and there are some who have 24 kids in a class. So in FTE meetings, we're looking at that, and fall we'll look at it in the spring as well. But if we're gonna do like they say, that may mean collapsing classes. We do have some inefficiencies that as a board, I don't know how much anybody really wants to get involved with these discussions, but for instance, down in Naschidi, they have some classrooms with 9 kids.
A class
Well-
with how many?
9 or so.
I thought you said
There's a couple,
90,
no, there's a couple grade levels, there is one grade level they combine, and that's an
Well,
issue.
Before you go any further, and I lose my thought, but,
Okay.
you know, I did hear some complaints about that. And, you know, the ideal world, you would like a low ratio of student to teacher. But we as, you know, money is always the deciding factor, and then we think to save more money, combine, merge, and get those numbers up, and yet then we go back to the same criticisms or complaints of, oh, we don't have enough staff or EAs and this teacher is overloaded. Whereas we could have just kept it at a small number and left it alone. And I would say some of the complaints that I'm hearing, and instead of working with that physically, they went remote. And I don't agree, because our whole argument has been, especially with COVID, when that happened, 2 years of learning loss, our whole argument has been because, you know, the deficiencies with internet, being remote, and yet we're going back to that. And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't like the combined classrooms either. My son was a product. He was in a combined classroom in elementary school, and he was gifted. It was terrible. It
I
was
disagree
like
with you.
absolutely terrible for him.
There's only one classroom that I know other than the language classes, we do have the dual language when you have one kid in kindergarten, 2 kids in first grade. You probably need to look at combining those. But as far as regular classes we have in Ossachiti, the 3rd and 4th grade are combined. They have the worst test scores
Yeah, I can imagine.
throughout the district by far. I mean, they have 0 kids proficient 3rd grade, 0 kids proficient.
I think what I saw was, my son was not challenged because of the different,
They're teaching to the third.
they were the different levels. There was behavioral problems with younger ones as they were getting into, going into a higher classroom, higher grade level. So there was that maturity level that was different. There was all sorts of issues, and there were so many problems that I'm not a proponent of combining classrooms. I just do not like them. I think that students need to receive instruction. I mean, what are we saying, that you're not important enough to receive your own teacher for that class? I'm a product of public school and had to deal with some of those things. And like I gave Marion a note that I was one of those kids that was just like talkative and a problem. So I was like seated in front of the teacher. So I really was. So I was one of those kids.
I think it's most.
And now you're a board member.
No, that's what he said.
But you're still an instigator.
That's why you're kind of drawn over there.
And very talkative.
I, on the other hand, went through elementary school with 4 grades in one classroom. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And it was the little room and the big room, that's how it was termed.
How many students?
I will, support
Well,
this.
there was 3 in my grade level, I don't remember. There was probably,
Sounds like Little House on the Prairie. Are you sure you didn't just watch it?
well, it was a lot, but I got a sufficient education. You know, I wasn't held back. I never did feel that I was held back, was gifted and held back, even though every morning we went in and had a devotional in the morning with both classrooms, and had written on the board over here, and we went through a poem every morning. The Village Blacksmith, and I can still quote you the Village Blacksmith, you know, but I think the adapting, as Mr. Carlson has said, of some teachers, and why couldn't either we take, I hesitate to say this because I don't want to take the good teachers out of the classroom, but why could we not adapt whatever that teacher is doing and incorporate that throughout the rest of the school district? The success, find out what the success, why this teacher is having success, and apply that and bring up the teaching throughout the district.
Well, I
For an
think,
observation?
that has been said. I don't know if it's been tried, but I think that has been said, but you know, we're all human, and we don't like to say, or, you know, we want our own, we're hard-headed. And then
We're
I,
prideful
Yeah.
is the problem.
and I say, we are somewhat, at fault in some of these things because, we see the deficiencies. Just as you're saying, that third grade, fourth grade class, we see the deficiencies, but we wait for some legislative fix.
There will be no.
And now, and I think we need to,
What's our fix?
we need to move forward and start thinking out of the box. And I like that idea of that floater.
And that's my point, and I'm glad both of you have said what you said about that, and not to be argumentative with you. But really I've seen teachers who have used multi-age, multi-grade level classes absolutely blow it out of the water. So that's a matter of the function of the individual in that classroom and their ability to do it or not yet. I can prove it. I can prove it.
And I can prove the other way.
Yeah, it's the same thing,
I think it's.
even with
it's
looping.
something-
A lot of teachers don't like looping either.
I don't
It
mind
works.
looping because my older son was a part of that.
Mhm.
And he had, the same teacher from third grade to fifth grade. I don't mind that because they had a really good rapport.
Absolutely,
But
that's
then
it.
again, and these are like in the city, one of the top school districts in Phoenix. And I really did not like the combined classroom. And my son's military kids that got to go around jumping from school district to school district until they got to Phoenix. So I've experienced, personally experienced, and been a parent with two gifted students, two gifted children. And I can't even imagine if my children were not gifted, how resilient, how they were so resilient, and how if you don't have that, you already don't have parents that understand or are empowered with their role as being parents. If you don't have that, you don't have parents that don't have the time to be able to help their children with their homework. I can't imagine what would happen to my sons in those situations. And the individual, those situations that we're talking about. But I, as an educator, I spent countless hours, like literally hours sitting at the table, 3 hours, 4 hours a night sitting there with my son, with one son that had diagnosed with ADD and working with him through these issues. And I can't imagine if we have children out there in rural areas that are impacted with these challenges, if we don't have parents that are able to do that like I did, we're cutting them off at the foot. Just at the knees.
Okay, let me, we'll agree to disagree, because like I said, you've seen it fail and I've seen it be successful. And the other part of that, a little anecdotal story, it's a true story. This little boy went to school, first grade, walked in the classroom and asked the teacher, when do we start to learn how to read? The teacher looked at the little boy and says, oh, we don't do that here, not till next year. He was in that classroom for about 10, 15 minutes and he left, and the teacher didn't realize that he left. He actually ended up walking home, which was probably about 6 blocks away. Walked in the kitchen, sat there at the table, and the mom looked at him stunned, like, what are you doing here? Why are you not in school? I'll go back when they start teaching you to learn how to read. And I say that because I've heard teachers say in first grade, oh, that's not my job. So again, that's why I say, and I'm not condemning all of them, but we know, again, if you push that child and you raise that bar high, and the expectations are up here and not down here, what does that child want to do? They want to satisfy that teacher, that human being, and they will achieve. I've seen it time and time again because of the expectation of that individual, and to the point of looping, where I had a conversation with the former superintendent. He disagreed with looping. He goes, what if you get a bad teacher? And I pointed at him and I said, it's your job to make sure you have no bad teachers.
My wife, and I use her as an example because she was a teacher forever. There were kids that came out of her kindergarten who could read.
That's how my son's went.
Kindergarten.
My daughter was 4 years
Now,
old.
the whole class?
Yeah.
That's not the case. But those who wanted and there were some who could, and maybe it was just sight words. The cat and hat and run and, but come out of kindergarten, some of the kids could actually read. I remember back to the little house on the prairie. I remember being taught in the first grade by kids from the fourth grade. The teacher would say, okay, will you take and work with this student? Now, that not only helped me, but it helped that student who was teaching me as well, reinforce that individual.
Here's
So-
the question.
And see, to that point, we were talking about middle school and growing our own to our own, creating these pathways to education. That's more because of the maturity level between a fourth grader and a first grader. There's a huge difference.
Absolutely.
So you have that, you can do that. I don't disagree with that. I think that's excellent, because that's what we've always taught our kids to do in high school, to go to elementary and junior high to help and get credit, earn voluntary credit. I don't disagree with that, because I think that's a great thing. And to create our own technical training for education for grow our own. I love that concept because I've seen that work. Now, where you have a first grader and a second grader in the same classroom, or in this case, third grader and fourth graders in the same classroom, I don't agree with that. I oppose that concept. But if we're having sixth graders come down to helping third graders to read, because I've seen that. They had once a week, sixth graders went to second and third grade classrooms, and they sat with students. They got paired up for a whole semester, came in, sat down, read books, read with the student. I agree with that, because I just love that concept of helping one another. It helps the older student help a younger student and to give back. And there's
Well, not only does it help the younger
Games.
student, it reinforces what the older student
and
already
then it
knows.
helps with their whole character. It helps with character building, self-esteem. It helps with all these different things. I love that concept because I've seen it. I've helped it. I've worked with students like that, and it's always, I haven't seen anything that's contrary to that belief. What I'm talking about is like the younger students together.
I think that the most thing that needs to be focused on is classroom management. The teachers who are successful, they have classroom management. They know how to run their classroom. Because I'm telling you, especially at junior high and high school, junior high, there's some classes that the kids will come in, they will talk. They will visit, they will do whatever they want, and the teacher is standing there just talking and doing their own thing, and the kids are doing their own thing because there's no respect. They're not engaged, and the teacher does not know how to stop and say, hey, pay attention, listen, or to break that behavior, or break that congregation there. I've seen that, especially at TBA. I mean, there's some teachers who just don't have the students, they know that they can run over that teacher. And so it all goes back to classroom management. And at that point, the teacher will be like, okay, well, you so-and-so go to the principal's office. And then the principal will say to the students, why are you here? Well, we were messing around in class and the teacher sent us here. The principal will say, well, no, go back to class. And then later on, that classroom management comes up from the principal to the teacher saying, you know, that's what you need to work on is your classroom management. And so I think that's where a lot of the issues come from a successful teacher and not a so successful teacher. And then going back to what has been said about, you know, for a while, I know Shiprock High, the athletic teams, they used to go down to TBA or even to the elementaries, and they would read to the kids, and they would wear their uniform. And those little kids, I tell you, attentive, they sit on the floor, and those high school students would read to them. Man, it was quiet in there. And those little kids looked forward to that every week. And then those the high schoolers that were doing that, they got the experience of, oh, maybe I want to be a teacher. Maybe I do want to do this. And, you know, and it goes back and they do get credit or they get some kind of incentive for helping. And then back a while, we used to have all the grandparents. I mean, we have grandparents sitting at home doing nothing. And if we could just get their background checked and have them come into the classroom and read to the kids in Navajo, whether that's in the Navajo class or just regular class or, you know, and then just in straight English, have those, because a lot of these kids don't have stability in their home. They don't have grandparents. Their parents are incarcerated or their parents are doing this and that. But when they walk in and they see a grandma or a grandpa there, that automatically sends a warmness, a connection, and they're like back at like, I feel safe for this moment. And then the grandparents are reading to them or helping them, you know, coloring or whatever it is. I think those kind of programs we need to bring back because that's part of the social emotional part that we're overlooking that is simple and that can really help upgrade our district. And to have those teams and then even kids who are talented and gifted. I look back at Miss Beal's class. She's at TBA. Her gifted students are really good and they do a lot of community involvement and stuff. And those kids can go back into the classroom as well and help the students. I know, like you were saying, my daughter, she would be finished with her work and then the teacher would tell her, you know, go help this next student. And at first she was like, I don't want to do it. But then she started seeing that, you know, okay, it's okay and stuff like that. But I also have my two boys that I had to just have them get their GED because they were in that position where they were gifted, but they were bored in class and it wasn't doing anything for them. So they were doing other things and getting in trouble. And when they went and took the GED test just one day, they didn't even study. I just took them and paid for it and told them to take it, and they both passed it right then and there. And so, but getting those Newcomb teams, even the ROTC, going into the middle school or going into the elementary, and then having those grandparents come in. Even veterans are just, you know, some of them are sitting at home and they, and they can, you know, they can do a lot, even helping at lunchtime, you know, like sitting with some of the students, that helps with the bullying, that takes it down because
there's more adults.
Yeah, and then they're sitting there interacting, you know, and it makes them more of a cultural of support.
It's the whole community schools concept.
Yeah.
So I saw a video at the beginning of last year, I think it was, where at the beginning of the first day of school with the little kindergartners, that a senior walked in with the little kindergartner. And that's how they started the school year, was the senior came with the little kid and they walked in because that was the beginning of the senior year for the student. And then the first day for the little kindergartner. I mean, I think those things are huge.
On
when
both
impactful.
sides.
On both sides.
Because it really creates that attachment and you want to have, you want to be worthy of that child's respect.
Right.
And I'll tell you, even at middle school and middle school, you put a grandparent in the room just sitting in the corner, those kids in junior high will sit still, they'll sit up,
Mhm.
and they'll be quiet, just because there's a grandpa or a grandma sitting right there. Because that's just the culture, they know.
Perhaps some kind of incentive that, for grandparents too, that,
Yeah.
if you can do this, then you can get a free entry to basketball game.
We
Oh,
did
that
have
would
a
be a good
grandparent
one.
program, and we really haven't had that recently.
If you go to the chapter house, I'll
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you, I'll tell you, you'll start getting people signing
And
up.
you have a lot of retired educators.
Yeah,
Mhm.
My
exactly.
community, Sanasi, we have a lot of retired education. You know,
Yeah.
my mom was a retired principal, and a bunch of her buddies that are in Sanasi are all retired teachers.
And
My mom talks about this. She's like, can I move up with you and go volunteer and read stories to kids?
Yeah.
And you know that these kids in the communities, they see those grandparents through the chapter house, they see them in the community, and more than likely, they're related to them through the clan system or
Right.
through family. So when you have them in the school, that's an automatic, I mean, they'll disrespect like a younger parent or something like that, but with a grandparent, most likely, they won't, because of the concepts that are there. And so
Yeah, I think if we do some kind of incentive
Yeah.
or, you know,
a basketball game.
maybe a T-shirt for them or, you know, to do that for our
'Cause like-
schools and.
Yeah, I agree, because in Sanasi Day School used to have more students. And I remember when the teachers when the kids used to come in, because I did observation, and the teacher used to be at the door and she would say, "Shiaje." And she said, "Shiaje," and call them my child, because a lot of these kids didn't have that stable home.
Yep.
And they excelled. So when you see the BIE grade reports, Sanasi is up there. Like it used to be, I'm not sure if it is anymore, but in terms of across the country, BIE school academic, their scores were high. It was in comparison to Navajo Prep in terms of the scores. And it was as simple as the teachers making the child feel welcome. And it wasn't anything else, but I just remember the teacher wouldn't say their name, she would just call them like my baby, my child. And she greeted them, there was 3 teachers and they would greet the children like that.
And I've seen that, exact what she's talking about, it is true. When the students are addressed with affirmations like that, it tends to change them, and they're more, they're belonging to something, and that's why they're always wanting to be at school, even if they have the worst behavior and they don't have they have the worst home environment. They want to be at school even though they're not doing anything, they're sitting there the whole day. But when a counselor or like Mr. Keeswood or somebody will say, Shadeja, or, just something like that, or Shayaja, man, they're like, whoa, and so that, I really agree with that, affirmations.
Isn't
You know-
that the crux of social emotional learning, at a holistic
Yeah.
level?
Yeah.
Rather than being inundated in, again, an imposition from the state of New Mexico telling them how to love your child or how to love your kids in your community.
Yeah.
It's a farce, quite frankly.
Well, that reading, I used to tease my dad and I said, "Dad, you should try that, read you this." He says, "They might put me back in school." But anyway,
One of the concepts too that we've been talking about is bringing artisans in and entrepreneurs in, business folks in,
Yeah.
to start developing.
well, I think those will be on their own because, with if we could get the reading part going, and then, like, say at the chapter house, those same people are welcome. And then we can start growing from there.
Maybe,
But that CAT program too was
Yeah.
based on that. I remember hearing that presentation, government to government, and that was from the Pueblos. But when you think about it, when students are in trouble in school, the word said to them is very negative, and everybody's talking over here about them, and so they feel bad. But when they go home, it's a whole different environment, especially in a multi-generational home. The grandparents there, and then Shiaja, come here, That's how, those are endearing, and so the child is like made to feel the worst over here, and that goes home and is accepted and talked to in endearing words, and so it kind of.
And I think that would combat like bullying and that whole, low self-esteem. It also addresses to an extent the social emotional learning,
Absolutely.
that whole area.
And for those kids who don't have that at home,
Yep.
whose home lives are volatile, that's like a refuge.
Right, and especially if you have all these additional stressors, DV, substance abuse, you have all these other things that are going on, parents or single parent homes, and you have that welcoming environment. It would address our truancy, our absenteeism, all those things if we implemented things like that.
And, I wouldn't even have, agreed with most of this stuff, but since my daughter and Taylor, my niece, they've started working with the daycare, and oh my gosh, what they do, they put their whole heart into this, and that floater system is what they do. And my daughter's the floater, and Taylor is, she got promoted to educational assistant, EA. And, but they put their whole heart into this, and some of the crafts and some of the creative, sessions that they have with the students. And now it's amazing because when they first got there, they had an autistic boy, and they were just kind of told, oh, he doesn't talk, just leave him. He don't expect, don't expect anything. But that child now is talking, and makes it a point to go to my daughter and my niece and grabs their hand and wants my daughter to tickle him. And it's amazing. And everything they said, and he goes over, he sits by them, and he's even spoke. The owners, the man that comes around to do the maintenance of the place, he spoke his name.
Oh.
And they were like, what? And so he knows. And so they've always dismissed him. And so anyway, they come to find us out, and then now the rest of the kids there's especially Christmas break. Mom, Dad, we have to come here. We have to come here. We can't stay home.
Yeah, so cute.
And so they make it a point to tell their parents, we've got to be here. And the parents want Christmas break, you know, with them. And they're like, no, we gotta come here.
Cool. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we want in our schools.
That's what we want. You missed a very critical part when you left.
My favorite part of the story was one of the kids went home and was saying what to their parents? Dad in Navajo or something like that?
Yeah.
And the mom was like, we don't know what he's saying. What is he saying? And so, yeah, they're going home and actually,
Using,
it's beautiful. I love it.
and then when the mom asked, you know, he's saying this word, and then they were laughing.
Was
and
it
they-
oak?
And oh,
Yeah.
and
They were asking him, what, do you want this or something? And he goes, oh. And she's like, what is he saying? I don't know what that means.
And then, so when Lona told her, you know, it means yes in Navajo and dad in Navajo, Shijé. And then, oh, my child's bilingual.
Yeah, I've seen where these programs have really helped students who like you said, like they say emo kids who are real quiet and real, you know, retracted. You know, seeing students come into the health office and checking them because they have cuts on their arms or on their legs here. And, you know, these programs really reach out to them because they listen. And then the more that they listen, the more comfortable they become. And then they start to, you know, blossom out and start to talk and then start to engage. I've seen that process too. So it's, you know, these programs are really good, and that's why I wish, you know, we could go back to the CAP program, because we were, I mean, that's the year I wrote what do you call it? For the state, for the district, I forgot what it's called. Anyway, it's the most thing that, I forget what it's called. What is it called? The health?
Is it the state school fund or the wellness?
The wellness policy. So when we had that, and we had all these programs in place, that's how our wellness policy got approved. And I'm telling you, out there when we used to go for those conferences, CCSD was always talked about because of our programs that we had in place, the CAP program, and all these things that we had for our students. And I mean, a lot of the schools in the health department area were really looking up to CCSD because of all those things. So I really, you know, those things were really, really good.
And we're actually gonna talk more about that in our policy section in today's agenda. And one of the recommendations that we wanted to make was that we have some board member representation in that process to help us create that.
Oh, and then the EA pay, we have a lot of EAs who hold a bachelor's, and I mean, even like maybe 3 have a master's, and they're not even getting paid what a person in the district with a BA or a master's would be getting paid.
Well, I don't see how they can, because they did apply for EA.
Mhm.
Well, if I had an EA with a bachelor's and master, I'd be like, you're teaching.
We have a lot of,
But they need to
them at TBA.
To apply
Can
as
we
not
look
for
at
that.
that? Can that be looked at?
Yeah, I would absolutely.
Because I know
I'll
that
ask principals.
people become complacent and maybe they got their degree while they were,
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
Already,
So I heard an art teacher over at June Nelson that she's probably about 23 years old in sleep. She actually grew up in Shiprock, and I was looking for an EA, and I looked at her resume and I said, "You have a bachelor's degree?" She had a bachelor's degree and she wanted an EA spot. And so after the interview, I said, "Can I call you up in a little bit?" And so we talked about it. I said, "I want to hire her as art teacher." And they're like, "We don't even know if she likes art or even does art." And I said,
Yeah,
did you talk to her? She's smart, she's articulate, she would be a good teacher. So I called her up and we talked. She's still the art teacher.
at TBA, 2 or 3 that have a bachelor's, and then one has a master's. She just got it last year. Yeah.
I agree with Ms. Aspis, I mean, the initiative of the individual, but I understand if they're not aware of the opportunities, but then again, that's kind of incumbent upon us as a school district to be able to express that, just like we were saying with ESS, about them finding those subs with those degrees. Okay, what are they doing to recruit, to help us in a partnership? That was a key word that I had said. Same thing here in the situation where you have an individual who applies for an EA position. Okay, you look at the resume, HR looks at it and says, oh, you got a master's degree? Have you ever thought about? And then programs to be able to get them, fast track them into those, to get those teacher credentials. I mean, part of that responsibility, again, like she was saying, falls upon the individual to be assertive.
Because, and then also bringing in the union into this, you know, you don't want to have them apply for an EA and then say, you know, I'm an EA with a master's and then change the pay scale according to that. No, you're getting into some stuff there, but they need to come and, you know, and then it should be HR's duty, you know, to make them aware. This is what's.
It might be overwhelming, like if you
You know.
don't have the training or you don't have the training, like the classrooms, classroom management and all those things.
That's where
That might not, yeah, and that's where the mentorship and all that would come into place, and maybe just allow
Literally growing
teachers to build their confidence to be able to go into the
Some of
classroom.
your better teachers come out of the EA programs in the schools.
You know, I heard this interesting thing, maybe this is what's, when I first heard it, it applied to me. But, this is more of a gender, but, I heard it from a TED, you know, those TED.
Ted Talk.
Yeah. And so this lady did a study saying that as, you know, two gender roles, you have a female, and that female's always expected to be perfect, you know, to be a certain way clean, you know, always perfect to the public. And then whereas the male, as a boy, you know, that the boy is always out taking risks, jumping off things, you know, and, you know, they take more of the risk. And so when they're growing up, it's in different ways, you know, the girls has to be perfect, you know, in appearance and everything. And school, and yeah, so then the boy, I mean, they're allowed to cut up, they're allowed to, you know, make a mistake here and there, they're allowed to, again, take those risks, you know, speed and,
In fact,
yeah. So it's like that throughout the adolescent years and then to adult. And she was saying maybe that's why more women tend to stand back. And when there's a job opening and then it says, you know, you gotta have this, you know, this is what we require in this position, so you have all these bullets. And so when the female reads that, oh, I got to meet all of those. So when a male applicant reads it, oh, I may only fit one of them or two of them, but goes in there with confidence, oh, I can do this. And he gets it. And where the female just stands back and wants to get all of them before they even step forward. And I could see that kind of applies because I felt that. There was an opening for a foreman. I have my associates, even the associates, other applicants didn't have. And then my years of experience, but I was still looking at all the other. So,
The position intimidated you, or just what?
no, just, you know,
Having to check off all the boxes.
yeah, to make sure I met all of them.
I can see that.
And then the one that did get it had no college degree. Just experience, that's it. And it wasn't even a mining experience, it was just a motor experience. Or I have power cable experience, I have dragline experience, I have coal plant experience. But because of what was on paper, I didn't. So maybe in our cases, you know, like Suzette was saying, you know, and Jermaine, you know, about mentorship. Maybe they're not aware that those things can help, you know, they can come in and help them.
Mr. Carlson, how can we help these students who are like from middle school, probably like 8th, 7th, but 8th grade? Because 8th grade, they already know, the high school already knows what students they're gonna inherit. And how can we help those students who are not making the grades, like, you know, they're not making their grades just because of behavioral issues or whatever. How can we help them with the NTU that we have over here? Because a lot of these kids, they know how to work on cars already because they're the adult at home. They know how to weld. They know some kind of thing from home that they can kind of work with just a little bit. How can we help them? You know, I know traditionally we have to have them go by, you know, their credit. How can we have them like go to NTC or NTU over here and go to a welding class or go to a plumbing class or something where they can do hands-on and get maybe a certificate when they graduate. And then while they're doing that and they're excelling in that, with that, working with their hands, then when they go back to school, they're like, yeah, I can do this, I can do my work and everything like that. How can we incorporate that? Because right now, who are the students who get to go to the NTC from the high school? Are they like already like kids who are?
So what I want to do is open it up to more, but I think the reason Jermaine was gonna raise her hand there is because you're getting into strategic planning.
Oh, okay.
No, that's okay though,
Okay.
because that's great, because that's one of the things, again, recommendations, I got my implementation plan I'm looking at again. That was a recommendation from the LFC evaluation team to provide some more opportunities. Because I'm all about connections at whatever level we're at.
Yeah.
If you have a middle school kid in the 8th grade who's, especially because if they're doing poorly, they probably have to take 2 English classes, they probably have to take 2 math classes, they have to take a social studies class, a science class. They hate every one of those classes. And so there's literally nothing to connect them with their interest in
Right.
wanting to be at school. So I agree. Okay, according to the LFC team, we want to increase the CTE offerings down to the middle school and also down more to Newcomb, so that there's you know, kind of job-related, field-related stuff that they can get into. And that's the other thing about that 22 versus 24 graduate credits. Part of the reason to go down to 22 is because that way you can have more of these extended learning opportunities like the CTE offerings we have and get kids connected. And also to get rid of the Algebra 2 is so they can take a math-related, like if you ever go right across from the office there at Long Mission, there's a fellow who's
Oh, yeah.
teaching some science with all that hands-on stuff.
Yeah.
He's doing a ton of math. So you can have his class be math classes because they involve a lot of math. That takes care of the math credit rather than have the Algebra 2. But if you know you're gonna be an electrician, which you didn't, I know. But if you did, then you would definitely have to have the Algebra 2. But on the other hand, his class would be great for electricians as well because they're also talking about circuits and talking about things like that. So, but I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I had a student walking down TBA and he always used to come in at 11 o'clock. They were just upset with him and so they said, Cheryl, can you walk with him and talk with him? So I said, okay.
So as we were walking down, I was afraid to talk to him because he's a kid that is like really standoffish. And he doesn't just talk to anybody. So that morning I knew he had a bad morning, and so I was just kind of hesitant, but I thought, well, let me just talk to him. And so I just asked him, I said, why are you late today? And I said, did you have to walk? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what were you doing this morning? He said, I was working on my car, my family's car. I said, oh, so you're a mechanic? He said, yeah. I said, so you know about engines and all of that stuff? He said, yeah. I said, I'm pretty good at it. I said, man, I said, when you get out of high school, I said, you could open your own automotive shop. And he said, yeah, that's what I plan on doing. But he said, I don't know, because I keep coming here late, and and I can't, like you just said, I can't do my classes and stuff like that. And I said, so you're a hands-on learner. I said, so you work with your hands and you learn better that way. He said, yeah. And then I said, well, keep doing that, and keep practicing that, and keep that up. I said, because you'll be able to have your own business. And he said, Miss George, he said, you really think I could have my own business? And I said, yeah, especially here in Shiprock. We really need that. The ones that are here are not really, open all the time, or they're not fully developed. I said, yeah. I said, you get a loan from Navajo Nation. I said, and you rent one of these places here. I said, and you'll get to. And he's like, get a rent from Navajo Nation. I said, yeah, that's what you do. I said, you get a business plan together, and you go to Navajo Nation and you ask for a business, and they'll give you a loan and stuff. And he was like, wow. I said, nobody's ever told me that. So those are the kids that will benefit from that other pathway. And then they will leave school with a certificate, and then they can go to whatever automotive or.
And then there they learn
Yeah.
that these core classes were needed.
Yes.
Instead of the ones just in class complaining because they just don't want to do it.
They've never seen that.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of students who are at home helping their families with their animals too.
Yeah.
So I know that there's a veterinary program.
Yeah.
I mean, why can't we have an apprenticeship with that too, with and to learn the basics about animal husbandry and things like that. Things that are really relevant to our area.
Yeah.
Not
Health
just in
related.
terms of, the power plants, things like that, but really on a local basis too, because we have kids that help with the horses, cattle, sheep, and so they have dogs, things that would spark their interest
Yeah.
that they can do.
What you're talking about is community-based learning, community-based schools. That's everything you're talking about.
So, and I remember that House Bill 130, and I believe they said this to LSC too, that they want to relax some of the requirements of what's done in those hours. And that's exactly what you're talking about, so that you could do some of that and still meet that class time. If I remember right, the conversation about Algebra 2, that came up at the LASC meeting that we had here at Mount Listen. And they were saying that we're the only state that has that, and that the other states don't have that.
But that doesn't.
So when you're looking at our overall rates and comparing it to other states, it's really not apples to apples, because their requirements and our requirements are different.
I don't know, maybe it's just a personal thing because my daughter was one of them. I don't need that, Mom. And I'm like, yes, you do. Yeah, so maybe it's a personal
No,
thing.
you're right, that's exactly what the argument is that
I mean, I loved Algebra.
when you look at it
I'm a nerd.
from a accreditation standpoint with the states, not just around us, but throughout the country, it's looked at being punitive in respects to the child and the attainment of that degree, because more and more, and I'm not discounting what you're saying, Ms. Asmus, but the reality, the utilization of that class, Algebra 2, for most kids, there is no functional use. That's not to say, but again, even to what we're talking about, the CTEs, about developing on Wilson with the other schools, and finding sooner than later where that career path is, and then funneling that education towards and shaping it towards the use of those different maths. I knew an individual who took trigonometry in high school, never had to take another math class again, even in college. Because again, he was that far ahead of the curve in high school because fortunately for him, to her point, it was something that they just enjoyed doing because their mind worked in that manner that it was very, very analytical and they just blew through it. So I'd asked him one day, I said, so what was the highest level math you had to take? He goes, I didn't have to take anything. I said, why not? He goes, because I took trig in high school.
Well, in those other states that New Mexico wants to follow, probably have students that can't tell a dial clock
It's most
time.
kids today.
If they can't drive a standard,
Most kids
what else?
today.
Yeah, if you don't want your car stolen in Albuquerque, you drive a standard.
But that really is the
Can't
justification.
cursive writing.
Yeah,
I know.
most kids today.
Yeah, they don't have.
Somebody was telling me about that too, about just precisely what you're saying about when you get in, obviously studying, getting into college, about those communication skills, the ability to do those things are lacking. And again, you really look at it from the standpoint of 40, 20 years ago, and then today, what kids are gonna know and not know 20 years from now, 40 years from now.
Well, we're getting worse because now we're gonna have piloted cars.
No joke. Okay, so we were walking into a restaurant in Alaska, in Anchorage, and they still had a payphone. And I told my granddaughter, I said, you see that? She goes, yeah. I said, you know what that is? She goes, no. I said, it's a payphone. I said, you know what you used to do with it? She goes, what? You put coins in there and you dial the number and then call and talk. She looked at me like, and then this lady looked at me like, then she realized what I was explaining was true because she had never thought of it that way because most kids have never seen a phone, have never seen a phone on the wall. It's all this, or even the landline, see, for that matter. So the point of the use of algebra for most people, the vast majority of the people, there is no practical use. Again, for those that are going in that area where you find, for God's sake, absolutely, do it and push it, because that's part of that STEM that they're gonna need. And even with me, when I was going to school, take college algebra, I have no need for it, but I did it. But I did because it was part of the degree program. And there again, depending on what you're gonna get to, that's why it's important to develop those pathways sooner than later and push them down into junior high so these kids will have some understanding, a broader understanding, and start to get a little bit more myopic on what it is they want to do and where they want to go, and then say, okay, you're going to need algebra 1, 2, and 3. You want to be a scientist or whatever, a mathematician, you're going to have to take trigonometry.
Now they're saying if you want to be that, you just gotta have.
No, that is true too. Same thing. And that's
But
why
you
I've
still
said that
gotta know
about this.
how to use the scientific.
I'll argue President Aspas's point, which, I mean, for me, I am an Algebra 2 nerd. I absolutely love it, and I actually think it's a way of thinking
Critical
with
thinking,
huge critical thinking skills. And so if we
absolutely.
really want to teach critical thinking, maybe maybe it does need to be a requirement. I mean, I don't think Algebra 2 is only, I believe it has application in everything. I do, even as a lawyer, but I'm a total nerd, so.
Depends on how you apply it and how you
Yeah.
want to apply it, specifically to your point of what you said about the critical thinking skills. And that's where a lot of people get lost. And even way beyond where we are today, 1,500, 2,000 years ago, to where they were teaching those math skills because of the critical thinking skills that it took.
It's a way of organizing your brain and your
Absolutely,
thoughts
it
and
is.
making sure that you know how to follow steps and your brain is disciplined.
While we talk about thinking outside the box,
Making you
right?
proud over there, Mr.
Critical
Congressman.
thinking is part of that formation of being able to think outside that box, critically.
Maybe like a, life experience, we could call it kind of thing for them. Even like the kids who
Like, I think music
need
is algebra
help
too.
with,
Yeah.
you know, maybe they can get credit for going to a ropes course, you know, and then, or going on like those rafting things, or like a, just some kind of thing that, I know there's a thing in, Memphis, where the kids can go and they have a lot of programs. They're like,
Outward bound type stuff.
yeah, outward bound stuff. And that could probably apply to them getting some kind of credit for going through that too. And I was gonna say something else, but
You know, you just reminded me of, when Judge Judy was here
Question.
for graduation, and she was very impressed with our students' attire and their traditional outfits. And she was very impressed, and she was saying, I can't believe they value their education that much. And had to explain to her that it's not only that, but the sad part is that that may be the only graduation, the only graduation milestone they have.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I'm gonna sedge off what you said and tie this to what you said.
And because she brought up how she's attended graduation ceremonies for college, and she said this young man showed up in shorts, flip-flops, and she just shook her head, and she says, your parents spent all that money, put you through school, and this is the things they get. But, you know, when we told her that, and she was, I don't know what she thought after that.
I really appreciated what Dr. Cheese said at the graduation when he held up, when he was telling a story about his grandmother's bundle and then correlated it to the backpack. About how when he would go to sleep at night, being able to hear that tapping of the wheel and the utilization of the algorithms in her brain to be able to put that thing together, the type of thinking that it would take to be able to do that. A lot of it is a construct of the Navajo language and the abstractness that it takes to think and construct those words and those phrases together into cogent thoughts. It's very high order thinking. And then the agronomy that she would use and apply in the sciences naturally again to achieve what she's doing at the end result, which is that rug through the dyes, the food, the wools, the plants, all those things, see? So to your point, I agree that as a collective community, that those things are important to impress upon them. Part of the language is important to that. Because if you really wanted to break it down and look at it and utilize that language as a starting point for those other processes, which is math and the sciences, it is huge. Because it's leaps and bounds ahead of very, again, holistic standpoint ahead of the curve, but it's disattached from everything else. So again, I mean, I look at these people leaving this, just blows me away how you have in your mind, how you constructed that, and then you start to put it together. Granddaughter is learning how to bead, and even some of those things. Visualize it first, put it down on paper, and then start putting it together and remember the patterns and all those things. Again, that's important, but it's math, but again, especially with that weaving and some of the designs, the algorithms that they have to be able to construct in their head and maintain in their head without a piece of paper, see? That's huge.
And I think with these programs that if we can funnel them through NTU or over here, I think that, like you said, there's some students who aren't gonna go to college or go to trade school, but if they have those skills and they have that certificate, at least we prepared them to go into the workforce, that entry-level workforce here locally, or, going out to Albuquerque or something. At least they can work with their hands and they have something to start off on, because they're not gonna go to college or anything like that, And I think that's where we can really help our students, and I think that would change the perspective of CCSD, because we're really truly helping those kids who are falling through the cracks.
So, Board President, I really feel like what we've been doing is, we have actually revisited our bullseye whether we knew we were doing that or not.
And I was gonna ask about that, you know, what, I hope we're not changing it.
We're not changing it, but we are actually expanding on it in a really good way, I think. So
Spending what?
the bullseye stuff we talked about last time.
I mean, as far as, one vision, one mission, I mean, just keep it the same and the community of lifelong learners, same. I think that speaks, it's pretty broad.
What I meant by revisiting our bullseye is the work we did from last time.
Mhm.
And that does fit in with what you're talking about. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a pat on the back because we actually are sticking to our agenda, even though we may not have said we are out loud, but we really are.
Yeah,
The things that you guys talked about when we did the bullseye exercise last time, what you've done is you've taken those foundational concepts and we are developing them further. I just passed out the org chart. What I would recommend we do, because it's after, let's see what time it is, it's almost 11. I think we probably should give our brains about a 10-minute break, and then come back and have playing in the background the stuff we've talked about as we look through our current org chart. And then what I would recommend we do is talk through this current org chart, start thinking about how what we've talked about now, whether this org chart works or doesn't work, and have that conversation about possible options for how this works and doesn't work with what we just talked about. Does that help? Does that work as a focus?
So I didn't reprint the actual org chart though. This is the specific departments that some folks wanted to look at
Oh.
besides student support. I can probably log on and print that if we didn't
That's
actually,
when you handed out the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
have.
think that would be helpful.
just to give another one.
Yeah.
Okay, if we take a break.
And we'll take a break and do that, and then that way, we can spend some time doing that. Then we can go into the COVID guidelines, and then we can kind of transition into lunch and executive session, just as and that keeps us pretty much in line with where we need to be to get through all of our agenda items, if that makes sense. Sound good? So how about we come back at a little bit after 11, have a 10-minute break, it's 10:53 right now.
yeah.
Before you all leave, what would you like to have for lunch?
Steak and lobster.
Ribeye?
I second that. We've been thinking way
Think
hard.
Tomahawk steak.
No snails? Okay.
No snail.
Those do.
Escargot with.
That was actually really good. I was scared to eat it, but it was good.
It's
I wouldn't go so far as to say that it was really good.
I thought it was me, but I really like escargot.
Keto?
Have you had that? It's really,
Better?
yeah, way better than caviar. I'm like,
From dogs or from,
It's like oyster.
You wear this
you don't like oysters?
might be.
I love
Yeah.
oysters. Oyster with the
How can-
hot
Where-
sauce.
That's
and
good
the-
soup.
Yeah, it depends,
Horseradish.
depends on the dip. But
they got dumplings too?
Really?
That's what I want.
Saturday.
I don't
Not
know.
too thrilled about it.
How can you eat
looking at. And for me, simply, when I ask about organizational charts and things like that, my concern is more the purse, is more what the community complaints are, is that, we're just too top-heavy. And then it was said there at LFC as well. And so they can say that, but then I also consider what our superintendent has to work with. I mean, really, it comes down to that. And so I appreciate all of this, and then, but, I really would like to keep our staff from growing just because, already we've seen at the 5-year, I met 2 new employees under the maintenance department. And I'm just, oh, great. And so, do we really need them? And that's all I have to say about that, is that it really comes down to your decision. And if they're meeting those goals, if they're meeting the student needs, not our administrative needs, not HR's needs, where she can take a 5-hour break and, everything's delegated out. No, that don't work that way. To me, I feel like the only one delegating should be you. Everybody else should be working. And so, that's all I'm gonna say.
Can I just?
And you're open to the discussion.
Yes.
Board members first, please.
I will yield my time to Ms. Chappelle to
I just want to
express.
do a facilitation thingy, that's all I wanted to do. So where we are is, we've talked about mission goals and priorities in really pretty good detail. Even though we didn't say that's what we were doing, that's what we were doing. And to your point, the next exercise really is helpful to go through what we have. One of the things that we don't often think through when we're going through this is some of these positions are funded by grants and don't come out of our.
Okay, that's good. See, I don't know those things, so.
Right.
But I think where we spend too much time is paperwork, so instead of listening to opinions.
Right, and then the third thing I want to on the facilitation conversation to keep in mind as you guys are going through this is that's exactly what the strategic plan process is for. As we go through this process, we're gonna say what works, what doesn't work. It's very likely in HR, for example, that we have too many people,
I
especially.
was really looking at that. I was
Especially
gonna say
given
that.
what other school districts do. So we're not gonna make those decisions today. You guys aren't gonna make those decisions. Superintendent's not gonna make those decisions today. But what we're embarking on is a process to evaluate what do we need for our students and our teachers. That's what HR is for. Their client is teachers that then help students. That's their client. And so as we go through this conversation, let's talk through who's HR's client, for example, right? Who is their ultimate, who do they help and same. It's more to make sure that as superintendent is going through that process and you guys are going through that process, that we know how to make some of those recommendations at the end for what we need. Right now, it's possible we have stuff we don't need. And it's possible that we need to shift in other places. We may find that we have areas where we have need and nobody there. And so that's really what the process is for, just objectively. like 30,000 foot level, what do we have? Does it fit what we just talked about? And then you guys move from there. And it's a process. It's not gonna happen today. Today is just the getting the information in our heads so that you guys work together to come to that ultimate decision.
Thank you for saying that. I'm taking the Chinese 60,000 foot level,
Okay, 60,000.
but,
Took me a second.
okay,
You mean
so.
the air balloon?
Yeah.
The weather
that's my
balloon?
point. So, yeah, exactly, scanning everything.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that you said it that way, because really, we're gonna have to make that connection between not just want, but need tied directly to the budget, which they have to start to formulate if they haven't already started doing that anyway, okay? So inevitably, I know there's some things that I've looked in here and seen that, as an example, when we revert back to 2020, 2021, when we were looking at those coordinator positions, elementary and secondary. Looks like they've been reconstituted. Question for me would be why, if we did away with it then, why do we need it now when we have as many coordinators in these positions that are a direct link to buildings? And again, to your point as well, Mr. Powell, about support, everything should be funneled back to student support.
Which,
And how we do what we do and what they do, more importantly, for our kids that can be measured tangibly with results. You've heard me say this before, and I just brought up a little while ago about the amount of people in HR. 11 positions versus 5 10 years ago. Okay, what is the functional purpose of having that many people in that department that we've increased and doubled it over the past 10 years? Why, is my question.
I
Again,
think,
an evaluation of these things has to occur, just as you said, redundancies, have they whittled it down? And again, I'm making this correlation to what the teachers do, and they don't get to create these FTEs. People in these departments get to and get to justify the creation of a clerk, of a specialist, of a whatever it is, to assist them with these duties. That's really what I'm looking at in respects to what you've said about, at the end of the day, we have to approve that budget.
Mhm.
And is it truly justifiable, or is it truly a redundancy, or repetitiveness, or dare I say, a lightening of the load?
And then, I think, you gotta jump in there, you gotta do better on your chapter skills. So,
well, I don't want to interrupt the man, because if I'm talking and somebody interrupts me, then
no,
my thought process
Jump in there.
leaves. What I have seen and what I suspect is that a lot of these positions were created for the individual, not necessarily for the
Exactly,
need.
For the
Exactly,
function.
yeah.
Exactly.
A position was created to do a favor for somebody.
Yes, exactly.
yeah. Yeah,
I mean, that was, he says
That's-
why,
yeah.
and
Mhm.
and I was just answering that. In my opinion,
mhm.
from what I have seen, the
Yeah.
position, because in my going around visiting, I hear heavy complaints about, from finance secretaries. I can't get a hold of somebody to approve a PO. I can't, the individual doesn't answer, and the secretary doesn't answer the phone. And I've got a deadline tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon, and I can't get anybody to respond.
Mhm.
That's problematic. If we've got people in positions that, like he said, no, like you said, we're gone for, somebody said, taking a 5-hour break, maybe it was you that said. that's, that's ridiculous. If you're hired to be there, you're supposed to be there. And if somebody in the district can't find you to approve or to instruct or do something else, what are you there for? If not to assist that secretary who assists the teacher or whatever.
And that serves to what I was saying about the difference between want and need. Well, I want a specialist to lighten this load for me, but do you really need it? No. Do the teachers get to do it? I say no. Again, to me, qualifying it with the responsibilities of an educator in that classroom when they're supposed to be supported by these people. To me, that's the important part. What are you doing and creating this position? How does it truly serve that building, that principal, and most importantly, that teacher and that student by creating that FTE?
See, three of you have come from the internal part of this, and I think a lot of what I hear is when you're expressing, not just today, but over time, but what I hear is that you know where the access is where there's too much. And one of those places is not only HR, but now ICO. And I kind of look at that too, because it seems like we're, sitting here over the years with the different superintendents, they all have different goals, all different visions. And then everybody's vying, and you have a lot of piranhas out there that they want to take a bite and they want to see how much they get away with. And then their buddy. And then so, yeah, I think through this, and this last change, I really didn't want, because of that, seeing all of that instability of that, there's that time where there's a lot of just taking advantage of that situation. There's a lot of that, you see it, but you're tied. But you don't want to come to the new superintendent and say this, and you're just hoping that through his experience or his or her experience that they see it, and then good luck. But then you know, as a board, you're the ones that are responsible for the purse, and we keep saying that, but then from under our noses, then we have, organizational charts that look like this, big trees, and really nothing that goes back to helping students, where the help is really needed. And then it goes back to, Ms. George was saying about respect. I think that's from the top all the way down, and I seen that more in the last superintendent. The last superintendent lacked, I felt, my opinion, respect, and it filtered all the way down, and so I it really comes back to that top. How do we start? The other day I was down at the administrative office, and you chose to stay in your office. So Okay, then you're calling me. And I'm like, I was just there.
I came out to talk to you.
Yeah, and then so, you know, people see those things, and so it really, we gotta see how we do things up here and how that all filters down. And then I think gradually our students will start to see that too. And some of them call it, you know, like the old ways, you know, of respect. They think that respect is like the olden days, and I don't think so. It's always been here. But everybody wants a buddy. They want to be friends. And one of our superintendents was saying, I'm glad you have confidence in your department heads, but that only goes so far. And what we do need is a superintendent. You know, because the attitude was, oh, I let them decide, I let them do. And I think that's why we got to this. And to me, I'm thinking we need a superintendent, we need a leader. You know, somebody that's gonna stand there and say, this is what my vision is, this is what I wanna do, so this is gonna stay in place and have real good, positive outcomes. And then, you know, to have enough courage, enough confidence to say either to the board or Ed or, no, I'm gonna do this. This is what I want to do. That's what a superintendent is. That's what I think.
Certainly agree with that point, especially in regards to the allowance of the trust of individuals. And again, a very wise man once one time said, trust but verify. And putting too much stock into those directors, and again, that's why I say, and I've used the analogy of being able to create those FTEs at will, just because they want to versus need to, when, how does that serve, and I keep beating on this one, how does it serve these kids, other than lightening the load and the administrative duties that they have? It doesn't do anything for the kids in the classroom. And looking at it, one of the things that I've been looking at, again, is we need reading interventionists. You take some of those coaches we have in administration and turn them into, if they have the certification, turn them administrative or into a reading interventionist, true reading interventionists with the credentials to back up those positions and that pay to go in these classrooms to help these kids into these buildings.
Does that include math as well?
Absolutely, it would.
Okay, that's what I would do.
Because, yeah, not to acknowledge it, but certainly taking some of these positions we have in the admin, some of these people were principals, okay, or teachers, were pulled and plucked out of there. And that's why I made the comment one day in the board meeting here about how do you pick your critical friends? I made the comment to the superintendent that it was subjective, rather than looking at the data of the individual and the qualifications that would absolutely qualify them to hold that position, to be able to utilize them as a coach, as an interventionist, because really that's what we need, along with, because those teachers need help. Even in light of the positive movement for some of these kids, some of these schools, we can do better than that. And we need to, honestly, as a group, as a board, be committed to these kids. And again, the difference between competency and proficiency. That's what needs to be attained. And how do we do that? We focus, and one day crashed a directors meeting, crashed their party, and I said, you know, you guys are not dictators. It says student support services. You're here to support the buildings, inevitably the kids, and what are you doing? How are you doing it? Prove to me, justify to me that the efforts you're making and the things you're implementing are increasing those scores and the outcomes. I dare say very little, anything that they've done in the past 2 years has improved student achievement or to narrow the gap. See, but we can't go back and qualify that yet. But from this point of what we're talking about now, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, we can certainly make that difference to look at the organizational chart and say, okay, these functions, certainly with the input of the superintendent, to qualify every position, every function. And again, 10 years ago, it was Dr. Shippa was there. They had an individual in there, a specialist. And I know this because I was constantly in there, working with them for a lot of these things. FMLA, workman's comp, those types of things. So I was constantly in there because of the people that I was overseeing. I think the individual had 20 duties, one person. That's when they only had 5 people. So now you're getting positions where you have clerical or specialists actually being specialized in maybe 5 things as compared to 20. So to me, again, how does that improve? Because they're serving the educators, yes, who inevitably serve the kids, but when you look at the whole, 60,000 in Chinese balloon level, that these positions in the administration, how are they truly making that difference? Again, we need social workers. I think there's a vacancy of 4. What are we doing? How are we doing it? Who are we contracting with? We going to IHS, into Farmington, wherever we can go to try to pull them. What are we doing as a business to attract them? To affect that? Same thing with reading interventions. Like I said, we've got people who are principals and should be experts, because that's what they deal with this curriculum.
Yeah, when you think about it, what happened with LFC and the audit there, you know, we were the ones sitting there, the school board, taking that, not the department heads. And I think that's a real big physical, you know, that's a strong point.
That's why I said we have to answer.
And I'm really glad you brought that up, because earlier you talked about the board's role as budget and the purse. Remember that exercise we did last time, it's not just budget and purse. This is one of those gray areas where the board and the administration really have to work together to make these changes. So I'm glad you said that, because I just wanted you guys to be thinking about that. LFC and any lawsuit that we have, they're not gonna name the administration on those failures, they're gonna name the board.
Right.
And so that's why it has to be a joint effort.
Okay, here we go.
Because when I look at, as my point of view, I completely agree with what's being said, because I look at HR, just for example.
It's the best example.
It's like, it really is, because what does Margaret do if she has somebody who's doing all her paperwork for her administrative assistant? And then you have, the wellness. I seem to remember a time when one person did like what Board Member Montoya stated, one person did multiple functions. And when you see the breakdown of the functions that even in ICO, why is one person just responsible for certain things? Why isn't there overlap? We're willing to put 2 grades together, 3rd and 4th grade. We're willing to play with our kids' lives and not take the time to really hone in on one grade level. So why are we just specializing in one area. I mean, like, this person has an administrative assistant. I've seen in here that one person has a clerk. Like, you know, I do my own memos, I do my own correspondence, I do my own grants, I do my own resolutions. So why does this person, I mean, what is really the function of all these people? We have so many people that do the same function. What is it that's so specialized that we need like 4 or 5 positions to complete one role? I mean, and how many housing people are we, how many houses are we giving to people that justifies a housing specialist? How many people are we on a regular basis getting in and hiring if we need an onboard hiring position control? And how many people are we continuously following up in terms of licensure? And what does it mean when you have confidential clerk? I mean, shouldn't everybody's role be dealing with confidentiality? Because I see it here and I saw it here. I see it in different roles. Why is it that you have confidential clerk under curriculum instruction, and why are we specifying? Why are we saying, okay, you're dealing with confidential stuff, so you just gotta be quiet, you know, over there? The roles should not be specific, that specific. They should be overlapping, so all of us, everybody, I'm just saying, as an employee, you should be keeping things confidential. Everybody. And it really does take away from man hours. If I have something to report or something has to be done and I have to go to Jermaine and I have to track down Jermaine because Jermaine's the only one in the whole district that does her role. So I'm running around going from school to find Jermaine to complete that role. That, you know, that we should not be pigeonholing our staff.
It's siloed.
It's siloed, and it's, I look at it and I'm like, I've been going through all of these things, and I can just see it too. Working in a school district, working with the tribe, I look at it like under ICO, if I see like, let's say assess data, and then you go to somebody else, and they're under their responsibility doesn't say assess data, and you have a data question, they're like, no, you go over there. Because if you look at my role and responsibilities, I don't have that.
Christina,
So it's,
Sharon says they don't have dumplings too, sorry to interrupt.
what is it?
Corn stew.
Sorry.
So that's where I think we really do have to look at all these roles, because like Board Member Montoya stated, is this is not a wish list. Our positions are not a wish list. It's not about what I would like to do, because if I had my way, I would have like 2 assistants to do all sorts of stuff. But we don't have the luxury nor the unlimited funds to fund those things, that we really need to look at what's really critical, what's the role, and how, make a tree, how it branches back to improving assessment scores, and how that is going back to the kids. At the end of the day, our kids are the ones that are generating the money.
Right.
And they're the ones, if we're combining classrooms and we're willing to sacrifice that instruction time, if we're willing to play with their lives, then, you know, we have some issues, because this person does not need their own clerk. They can write their own memos, they can write their own stuff, because they were lucky enough to get the education that put them in these positions.
Yeah.
They were allowed to, I don't know where they matriculated from, but they were able to get the education they needed to aspire to these positions. And we're not doing that for our kids. We are, like I said, we are cutting them off at the knees. And if we're not investing in our kids, it's a damn shame, because that's what we're about. We're about educating our kids.
I appreciate that, because again, what you had just said, and alluding to what Ms. Haspel said. In one of the classes, it says parents attempt to opt out of curriculum of teachers, including preview of CRT and parent rights. My point is not to discuss that, but to mention that, but it was stated there by the individual giving the class about the board's responsibility to work point of the budget and control the purse strings. And I made a comment to him, because I've said this before, about programs that come into the district that people find interesting, intriguing, and think it's going to do wonders, but we can't qualify it because they don't bring it in front of the board. It just automatically shows up, and here we go, another program. Okay, when in fact, I made mention to Mr. Sanchez about how I've been asking about these things and inquiring about these things. They're supposed to present. It has to deal with instruction, with curriculum. It's about these kids, and you have every right to question them and have it presented so you can either say yes or no. And there's people, I know that's the pervasive attitude in this district of, the board, they have no influence. They're just gonna buy it just because we say it. Quite frankly, with all due respect, and excuse me for saying this, but I'm gonna call bullshit on it. That's not their job or their role. It's supposed to bring it in front of us. We have to be attentive enough to understand and ask questions and poke holes in to see if it's actually gonna work or not. Not just take their word for it. Again, trust but verify it. That's our role. We either approve it or we don't approve it. That's part of the problem, because they've been able to slowly seep it in over all these years. It's become a behavior. So,
And then thinking, or going back to those two extra people that or two people I saw, my one of the comments is, how come that doesn't come from in-house?
Yeah, that,
You know, and then that went back to my thoughts about, of higher positions too. How come that doesn't come from in-house? So, and I believe this discussion was made before and in prior school boards, but it was said that when we have local people employed, then, there's not such a need in housing. There may still be a need, but, it's not so, and then the culture shock is not there, because they're used to the area, they know the area, this is home. And so all those lackings are not as felt. But, these were from other boards that I remember these discussions, these comments made. So
I agree with everything that's been said, especially with President Haskell, what she had stated. Working health and wellness, I had to multitask. Nobody knew how to do the safety plans, the wellness policy, the policies that we're talking about. Nobody knew how to do that. My director didn't know how to do it, but I didn't get extra help. And I didn't get extensions. I had to work. And that's why I'm so critical, and that's why I'm so hard on these positions and these people that are in these positions, because there's no excuse, because I did it and I had to do it. And I had to uphold my professionalism, and I had to uphold my honesty to my job. I loved my job, what I did. So it was easy for me, and I had momentum, and I put into it to do it. But just to, like it's been stated, just to have somebody there because you want to delegate and you want to sit in your office and have a smooth day all day, that's not cutting that's not the butter there. And like the safety net, homeless and poverty, community outreach, community schools, and the employee wellness and assistance program, those could all be under health and wellness. Why do we have it under ICO and then human resources? And then the COVID grant, that could be under health and wellness too. And, let's see, and then, like, our IT, like, if we are not so top heavy, I think that we need to spend more money in IT, because what if, you know, the training that we had, what if we had a breach and everything went down and, you know, we can't get that data back? Grades for students, you know, attendance and all these things that we need for, that pertains to students, to their schooling, their actual day at school. What if, you know, we're not investing more in IT to protect those records and stuff like that. And like, you know, our psychologists, what service is that really helping, you know? And then, like Miss President Aspis has stated, you know, why can't we promote from within? If we want to retain the staff that we have, why don't we reach back in? And some of these people on experience have a lot of the years with the district, so why can't we promote them into these other positions instead of bringing in friends? That's what it is, friends, bringing in friends of friends, you know. And I totally agree with all of you. And then like the curriculum and instruction, how in this program, how are we really benefiting the teachers? Gone back to that. And how does that, if we're not benefiting the teachers, then we're not benefiting the student. And like we talked about this morning, you know, all the lacking that the students have, not reading and not being on target. And then these federal state programs, you know, that we're using to pay for coaches to provide teacher and principal support and trainings, SEL, where is that showing? We're already talking this morning that we have a lack in that, you know, so, and then just like you brought up, the ICO it's just, we are very top heavy. And if just like Ms. Vice President Haskell said, if we're willing to stress and teach our little kids how to multitask and be in a mixed grade or combine them and have them be stressed and trying to, you know, multitask, why aren't we doing these with adults? Just like you said, you know, why?
So I got a question.
Mhm.
Again, looking at it from the overall structure of the organization that's run. A couple of questions. First is, do we really need an interim superintendent with how big we are as a district? Is that position truly justified to have?
What?
The other one,
Assistant?
assistant superintendent.
I thought you said interim and I was.
No, assistant superintendent, not interim superintendent. And then the other would be assistant principals. If I'm not mistaken, there was a number that I heard once upon a time that an elementary school doesn't justify it unless they have over 500 students. I think was the number I heard years ago. So my question is again, why do we have assistant superintendent or assistant principals in these buildings if we don't have a student population that exceeds that? Again, better use that position, or you can classify it down to, I know there was a consideration for dean of students. So that might be a consideration as well. And again, I don't think you would know if we had any schools with a student population in excess of 500.
The only one in the last few years was Judy Nelson, and I think right now they're just below it. No, here's the thing about that one though too, the roles and the tasks required of assistant principals and principals has changed kind of since that 500 number. And again, it's because of ped oversight and different things that are required of the principal, why we need to have those. I mean, I'm not gonna go into all these because you all have valid points and I feel like I have to defend every position and they're not all my positions. I didn't make them up.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But especially that one particularly, because I, come from the principal role. I didn't have an assistant for my first 10 years or so as a principal because we had 300 kids. At that time, I didn't need one. But as the responsibilities and the roles changed, there's more put on it in terms of evaluation and the way things are documented for teachers. It's just to the point where it's helpful to have more than just a dean of students, because the dean of students can't do some of those functions the assistant principal can do, especially with teachers.
and that speaks directly to what I've been saying about the impositions of the state, or the requirements that they're handing down. Okay, those have created that bureaucracy that needs to be attended to by the districts and then by the schools. So it's not a matter of just the function of the district saying, oh, we need assistance. No, it's a matter of the system of education that now it's progressed over the years that have caused for the development of that position. So again, the imposition, like I said, of the state.
Do you mind if I answer a little bit more, just real quick? And I don't want to take up a lot of time with this, but, and I'm glad you bring that up. I actually agree with most of what you all are saying, as far as, when the LFC folks came and they said those things, I think I'm good. I need to make targets. And I don't mean I want to get rid of people and say, you go here, because a lot of people can't go to the classroom. And yes, there are some of these positions in Central, like for instance, ICO, we talk a lot about ICO. There's only 4 positions that are funded with the actual budget from 11,000. All those others are grant positions. Those grant positions are because we have this grant and somebody has to oversee that grant. And sometimes we have to have 2 or 3 people within that grant to, based on those grant functions. And that's all governmental overreach and overseeing things. So it's really, really complicated in central office. Big picture wise, I didn't go to central office for a reason. I didn't say I want to be assistant superintendent. I want to be curriculum director. Because from what I saw from my perspective for years and years is exactly what you're saying about the people who are getting promoted and put in those positions. Yeah. They're not getting in there because they're experts. They're also not getting in there because they have a vision of this is really what I want to see. They're getting in there because they're this guy's friend or this lady's, they worked back in the day together or whatever, and now they're getting put in there. I don't think that that's how it should ever be. That doesn't make any sense. I think our best people should be in the buildings. Yeah. And I've always felt that way.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
My tirade wasn't directed at you.
No, I understand.
It's the whole system, the way it was structured. You inherited the situation from all the previous administrations. So my comments weren't directed at you, but I hope that we're able to restructure all that to make it more in line with what we're talking about, those areas.
Where it's more for the students.
Yeah, and I would like to see data, like also really working close with curriculum and teachers, because data, I think, is really good in terms of capturing what students are, where they're at, but it's also should show working with the teachers to show where their strengths and weaknesses are. I don't know if that's already being done, but I would love to see that so that they're all in line, that everything falls in line.
Yeah, and I'd like to jump on that too, because one of the things that Gary had talked about before in terms of when I started sharing that data is that those folks who do have that, and by the way, the only reason I brought up, hope you understood that when I brought up Eva B and Gary's wife's, that grade level, is because they made fantastic gains. I wouldn't bring them up if they were like just regular, if they were low. I had teams who were phenomenal, who were head and shoulders above the rest of the district. And you know who in the district talked to those teachers about what they were doing? Nobody. For years and years and years. I actually went, and I'm not gonna say which administration it was, as a principal, and said, if you wanna do something smart, you go down and you talk to this group of people and you find out what they're doing. Okay, because look around, there is no data like this, there literally is none. And I kind of showed you that one back in May when we did those executive session, when I showed you data. And I know it's boring to some people, but when you see those data that say these people are really knocking out of the park, we just sort of let it go and leave it up to the principal to go, oh, they're good, well, what about these guys? These guys are struggling. Well, they don't even see what these other ones are doing. They have no idea. And so I wrote that down here when we were talking about that, now that we have this middle of the year data that says, here are these gains, we need to go around. I need Jared to be out there saying, you're the chairperson of this grade level team. What do you guys do that's different? And actually have an interview so everybody can see this is how we do that.
Yeah.
And let those people shine.
And I wouldn't want them to be pulled out because they're doing such a great job. I wouldn't want them to.
None of the classroom.
Yeah, out of the classroom, because sometimes that happens. They're like, oh, this person's really doing great. They're doing phenomenal. Let's go replicate that. Let's pull the person out of the classroom
No.
and then.
Find out what they're doing.
Yeah.
From what I see over the years is that, we've had great people like at Shiprock High. And Leandro's one of them. What do? They take him out of the school,
Mhm.
put him in admin, which is good for Leandro, but
But is that where he really wants to go? Like,
Yeah,
is
I
that
mean-
really his passion? That's just an example, like,
For him,
but for him,
he's gonna do good things, you watch. And
he
that
already is.
research, I mean, he's
And-
really,
I was gonna say something here to your point, of what you were saying, and kind of with what you had said. And I said this in the board meeting, when I brought up about, again, the critical friends for some of those lead teachers of a new principal coming into a building, okay? First thing they do is look at the data. Who are those educators that I have that are outperforming everybody else? Not to just make them shine more, but to the point of using the word that she said is to replicate that throughout the building. Okay, because that's really where you want to be. Do they have to take everything? No, they don't. But can they use it to enhance? Absolutely. And that was my point of saying, do they really have in those positions, those lead teachers, those leaders of the buildings, the critical friends, whatever you want to call them, those teachers that are truly performing and doing what they're supposed to be doing and should be doing, which is getting that yearly growth, is what you're really looking at too as well at the end of the day, and then trying to replicate. Is that principal, that building leader, utilizing those people to the full advantage to the entire school community? I dare say not, and you alluded to that, but that's not happening. And that's, again, something systematic of education in general, because there's people, call them teachers as technicians or teachers as intellectuals. Okay. Teacher technicians, in that rut, and it's just compliance. They do what they're told to do, they don't think out of the box, they just follow processes. Teacher intellectual is going to challenge and push and truly use differentiated instruction for the kids. That's what they should be doing anyway. But the point is there's too many of those teacher technicians that are too comfortable and become too complacent because it's easy. It's easy to follow. Simple recipe. Okay? But again, it takes a building leader to come in and to upset that, to say, no, we are not fully owning up to our responsibility and our commitment to these kids in these buildings. By taking that substantial growth and the use of that talent that's in that building and trying to spread that throughout. But even then, that's a change in the attitude as well with the people in that building. It doesn't happen overnight, that's not going to, but again, it's that building leader who needs to understand to be able to change and have that vision and trust and respect and build that with everybody. So they're all trying to do the same thing. Again, even just the idea of raising the bar and having very high expectations, not bragging, but I tell people about what my wife does. I said, she demands that these kids want to, every day, she tells them, did you see Miss Montoya's babysitting service on my door? Very pointed. But then those kids start to talk that, they start to believe that. She maps out for them She has them beginning the school year, here's your grid, this is where you are, this is where you're gonna be. You need to be at 6th grade level by the time you leave here. Where are you at now? See, and it motivates them intrinsically, it's natural. But again, you take that and you spread it across. To me, it's not rocket science. You're dealing with attitudes in that building, and that's the challenge. Just as it is with administration, again, and having that foresight and the understanding that we're here to serve the buildings. Not dictating to them, not getting paid here to come in to bring these all fancy schemes or plans that you think are gonna work, even though you've been removed from the classroom for the last 10, 15 years. So,
Mary
if I
Ann,
can tell, I can certainly say with confidence, I think we're all with the understanding that that's really where we need to be. To try to shift that attitude and that thinking of why we are here, and what we are here for. Because again, at the end of the day, the point was made, we're sitting in front of the LFC. We don't have any directors with us. It's us speaking for the community and answering the community and quite frankly, the state of Mexico as to why or why not. And damn it, if I'm gonna be called up to the carpet, and guess what? Same needs to be said to the directors and anybody else in those positions. So if I'm sitting there getting chastised.
I don't think I'll be like that board president from Grants and stand there and say, I take all full responsibility. No. You know, if I know that it is our fault, then yeah, I'll do that. But if I know that, you know, even to be fair, you know, legislatively, they have faults of their own
Oh,
too.
yeah, I've said that before.
So,
Everybody can take responsibility and own to it. Everybody.
takes a village to break it and a village to make it.
I made the point in the beginning, and I think Mr. Carlson recognized it when I did, that if he's got a teacher that he was talking about, or a group of teachers that he's talking about that are doing an exceptional job, and what they're doing is showing results with the kids, then you go and learn what they're doing and get another teacher to apply it. Now, how he does that, that's his responsibility, how he sees to that. There's 3 things, and hopefully I can get through them all and remember. That is one of them. The other one is on this here, how much of that responsibility of these is expanded is actually there because of state mandates and state requirements that they're now having to fulfill. I'm just being devil's advocate on that issue, because I think that a lot of the positions have been created for the individual. That's my opinion. And another, we're talking about data. We have got a serious deficiency in this district of records of students, that those records need to be upgraded or updated. We have records on microfiche in the schools that you cannot find. Microfiche is so outdated you can't even maintain the readers. And beyond microfiche, we've got boxes of of records of students, and I can't think right now what they call it, but anyway, they're paper files still that, help me out here, what do you call when they graduate and they send back for their records for?
Transcripts.
Transcripts.
Transcripts, thank you. they're in boxes in offices. And not even on microfiche.
You're gonna say they're in a
They're in
garage next to a Corvette.
some files. And
What did you say?
I know it's going to be an expensive thing, but it's something that the district desperately needs to do to get those records put on digital so that they can be retrieved. If we had a flood, if we had a roof cave in, we had a horrendous rainstorm in Shiprock that caved in the roof and the hallway. It destroyed 2 gymnasium floors that had to be replaced over there. If we had something like that and these paper files got flooded, or for some reason, heaven forbid, we had a fire in there, those are all destroyed. We are extremely deficient in that aspect. Those records need to be digitized.
I wrote it down.
And
To the cloud.
yes,
Once the cloud goes away.
Preferably a rain cloud.
I know that's going to be a big expense.
We're gonna need to hire 2-3 more people for that.
Creative director,
And
Outsource that.
And
Director.
clerks for those people that you.
coordinator,
Outsource
the
that.
supervisor.
Yes, outsource that, so that the job eventually goes away.
No, that would be
Confidential
the
clerk.
confidential clerk's job. That's the confidential
Oh, yeah.
part. And all 5 of them, or however many there are.
They're not trained to do that kind of work,
So-
nor do they have the equipment to digitize it. But anyway, I understand your
No
point.
wonder they're a bunch of hacking. Cause
So-
they outsource it.
So I guess the bottom line is we really have to look at these positions. I know that was a concern that came up when Gary and I got on the board way back, and it seems like we went the other way, because at that time, I remember questioning it. And I think 3.5 years, going on 3.5 years now, being on the board, and really nothing has changed other than expanding. We went the wrong way. So I think I would like to see a plan, because this is the time, because renewals will be coming up April, May, contracts, all that stuff. And I would really like to see if we can really make the headways to make these changes instead of just talking about it, because we've been talking about it and regurgitating all this stuff. The same thing over and over from our first work session retreat. And I really would like to make things happen and not
Right.
just, because if we don't do anything, we don't have a plan, we don't set aside a plan now. And even with our policies, and you and I had conversations about policies, and I think we had some conversations about policies when we were when they were talking about it at Santa Fe. If we don't start being proactive and start moving, and we're not waiting for legislation or all these things, we're gonna continue to be talking about these things until we're forced to make those changes and forced to make those, and then we're just in line with everybody else. I think we need to do our, create our own footprints and really start doing things ourselves instead of waiting for it to be mandated. Because I think the changes that we've been talking about were way before, not just thinking, but they were way before this LFC review happened. And we were already talking about it. I'm tired of just talking about it. I want action now. I want to start doing it and not just having these discussions. Because it's not about people's feelings. At the end of the day, it's about our children and how we're supporting our children.
So this is what I would add to that, and I'm glad you said that, because I remember going back to the very first meeting, about talking about when you and I came on the board, about efficiency and effectiveness, and looking at business perspective, and then same to you when the LFC report came out, superintendent, is that they're saying the same things that I've been saying for the last 3 years. And so, and not to harp on what you said about, losing people, but if we can certainly get to that point where it truly is efficient and effective, and putting them in those positions where they can truly serve the needs of the students. And if the employee count remains the same, but taking absolute use of their talent, their resources, their ability, the human capital that they bring to the district and applying it to truly serve these kids, then I'm all for keeping every individual that we have employed if it truly can be served to the needs of the kids in those buildings and can improve the outcome at the end of the day or at the end of the school year for 1st through 12th graders. So just eliminating the positions just for the sake of eliminating, no. Efficiency and effectiveness, yes. Being resourceful with the resources that we have, absolutely. And again, you all have heard me say this before about that whole concept of resourcefulness. Discard the bad and keep the good. Put them in those places where they truly are useful and we can get full use of their talents. Again, whether that's, again, reverting those coaches, those 2 that we had talked about that were in 2020 and inevitably got rid of, but are now recast again in today's organizational chart. So it's coordinators between the elementaries and secondary. I think there's 3 of them. Did away with that. Here they are again. Again, can they be better used as interventionists, math, reading? They have that specialty or in curriculum to help the principals work with them. Okay, to help be able to, whether it's C&I or maybe even in consideration of ICO, looking at that because I think at one point in time some of those departments were under C&I 3 years ago. So that may be a consideration, but certainly keeping the team of those that ICO together in respects to what they do and what they provide, because again, I've said this too as well, that helps us comply with Ozzie Martinez. And truly serving, again, the inadequacies and serving to attend the attainment of outcomes that serve these kids in this district. So that's what we have to look at. So I hope, again, from the conversation, I can confidently say I think that's really what we're looking at. It's not just to put people on the chopping block just for the sake of putting them on the chopping block, but to use them, truly use their abilities to serve these kids in a very efficient and effective manner.
Yeah, just to reiterate what's been said, some of these departments have been lacking or failing for a couple of years now. And, the same person is in charge of that department and there's no growth. It just kind of keeps going down. And if we really want to retain, recruit, and get good people, I think now, like it's been stated, if we can start implementing these now and not talk about it, just talking about it, but implementing it now. I mean, I think you have a good team. I think you have a good board, and I think you just have a good administration down the line, all the way down to the teachers, custodians. I think you have a really good staff. It's just, and I think that once we start doing it, people are gonna say, whoa, they really do now. They're seeing this now. They're seeing these things and they're changing it. And now, that will start to put more trust back into the staff, into the community, into the parents. Because they're gonna start seeing, okay, they are looking at this. And that's where it's gonna come from, is your stakeholders. And, I think that now is the time, because you have the support and you have a good team. Like I said, you have a good board. we're willing to work with you and you're working with us. And you see the same things that we're bringing up, and that's a really good thing. Because a lot of the other superintendents that were here before, some of them didn't really see it, or they did, but they ignored it. And so for you to acknowledge and say, yes, I see this and I agree with you, so how can we change that? I think that, you know, right now it's, we run with it. And as we teach our young kids, whether it's Spanish, Filipino, whatever nationality it is, it's all about the same foundation, to where we're trying to push them and trying to lead our students. And if us as adults in these leadership positions are not showing that, then, you know, the kids are like, why do we have to do it? I mean, we were at that Kirtland graduation this past spring, and the young guy was speaking, and he said, we have to include the school board, and we don't even know who you guys are, but we have to include you. And, you know, they don't know.
Well, to me, that was, I think he was exploited. I think
Yeah,
adults got to him that,
yeah.
you know,
And he was speaking out, just being a young kid, just speaking out, being truthful as they are. I didn't take offense to it.
I did, because I thought he was being abused. And because there were some things that prior to that, and about who was on the stage. And I think an individual took it upon herself to.
But like, when you talk to some students in junior high and high school, a lot of them don't know what the board is, you know? And even when you go into the school and you check into the front office and you tell them I'm a board member, and the kids are just like, just looking at you like, okay, you know, and they don't know, yeah. And until they go to the receptionist or the principal and say board members, then everybody's like, oh my God, you know.
And that's just the same way, you know, what the teacher feels
Yeah.
of what a board member is and who they are, and then the principal, and again, that just filters all the way down.
Yeah.
Well, some of that is again, I've said it earlier about how people's pervasive attitude, especially within the administration, think that we have no influence because they've been able to do what they want, when they want, how they want, when they want. And my perspective is, and I've said this again going back to 2020 when we were first thinking about it, it's not a matter of restructuring anything. It's a matter of realigning, okay, and seriously looking at putting those pieces back together where they need to, where they can truly serve the people they need to, which are the kids in that building.
Absolutely.
Because each department, each function, I've asked this before, I would like to know what everybody does and how that relates back to the outcomes for these kids.
Exactly.
So there again, we get the best use of each individual within the district
Right.
and are paying them for their worth. And again, that each provides. Custodians, again, I said this before, they are healthcare workers because they keep that place clean. That's what they're doing. You have the maintenance team, make sure that building stays comfortable and is functional for these kids. Those two positions right there serve a huge need. And you've got your teachers who are responsible for educating. I went down the litany of things that they're responsible for, and they get no FTEs for clerical or assistants, all right? The principals who are then responsible for everybody else under that charge. What does admin do? How do they serve them? What does that function do? It truly points to the outcome of these kids.
I absolutely agree with that. And to your point, like, I think the assistant principals nowadays, for maybe the last couple of years, have really just been dealing with the behavioral issues. You know, when they come and it doesn't go to the principal, it goes to, and it doesn't go to the dean because the dean is more of academic. It goes to the assistant principal who's trying to deal with all those behavior issues. And, but I lost my train of thought.
That's only supposed to be me that does that. You're not old enough.
You're not there yet. We're getting close.
Do you mind if I just do a quick overview? Because I really feel like this has been productive. So if we're going back to algebra, what's the formula for what we need to achieve? The formula first, right, would be what are our priorities? And then aligning our structure to meet those priorities. And so that's what we've done. We've talked about what our priorities are. And I feel like I have quite a bit of good information here to come back to you guys to articulate what those priorities are from you guys. And then
See, that what you're expressing should be what superintendent. But our opinion and all that is what's here. And so in your talks or that needs to happen.
exactly, and that's where I was gonna go next. So you've also kind of given us a really good timeline, which is the process for those letters that go out, sorry, my brain stopped, on hiring and whatnot and for next year. So I think that gives us a really good timeline to do this internal evaluation that you have tasked us with, to come back to you and say, here are the priorities we heard. And your primary, what's the word I'm gonna use here? My brain stopped again.
Focus, concern.
Well, you're their expert. Expert is the word I wanted. So we've articulated the priorities, and I think they are actually in line with your own priorities from what I'm hearing. So that's really good. You have synergy there. You're not at odds. Your priorities and superintendent's priorities are actually the same, which is awesome. Because if they weren't, then we'd have to do work, right, to get them in line. So that part, we get to check the box. The second piece of that is now we'll do internal mapping and analysis on, do these positions and does this structure meet the priorities that have been articulated from both the board and administration? And that's the next goal here, right? So our work product, our task is to come back to you guys with that piece. And then that's where you and the board come together and start having those conversations about how do we make changes to the current structure with informed understanding and knowledge to make this priority over here happen. And so to your point, Vice President Haskey, that really probably needs to be the next board retreat conversation. And so in terms of what we have on the agenda here, the proposed timeline, that's our next big critical path item. Would you agree, Superintendent, on that piece?
Sure, I do want to articulate one thing. Board President Aspis had brought up earlier about the vision and the mission, that she's very comfortable with what we have. And she said it in the context of some other stuff, conversations, but I think that that's something that I need to articulate as well within the community, that we haven't gone and said, oh, we're no longer, a community of learners dedicated to building lives or anything like that. That the vision and the mission are still the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're still in place, and that the board has adopted years ago, that we're just going to refocus on making sure that we're doing those things, especially the continuous learning, open communication, shared trust, and the mission.
Well, I
understand that.
used to think that, those kind of statements were changed when we changed superintendents. And then I thought, no, the board comes up with that.
Exactly.
And so I feel I'm still comfortable with it. And I haven't heard anybody expressing we want to change. And So I'm comfortable with it, and, that's why I was saying, you know, one vision, one mission, and it's still part of the business cards. I don't
Can you
know if
put that up there, Jared?
I don't know if
The
you
mission
see
and
that
vision?
on back of your business cards.
I need more business.
Very young, you can read that, right?
Like,
Throw that on here and then.
He'll get it.
I always had a little bit of a sticking point about that, one vision, one mission. Smart ass and say whose vision and whose mission. Seriously,
Seriously, I think it's from the board,
But it's
our
also
vision.
what you guys have been articulating.
Mhm.
And so you can't have a vision that doesn't change to meet your circumstances, right? The one vision, one mission is important. And you all's job, right, is to figure out, based on changing circumstances, COVID's a prime example of that. How do we adapt to meet the needs of those students through that circumstance? And that's what you guys have been talking about. So the buzzwords that I kind of wrote down as an overview of what we've been talking about is silo issues, realizing efficiencies, but doing that knowing that we have extra work to do on our gaps. And what does that take? So we may be able to realize efficiencies, but we have to make sure that we do that in a way that doesn't undermine our ability to bridge gaps, right? And then effectiveness. I loved what you said, President asked us about out-of-box solutions. And cross-training was another huge one. And then that whole community concept. So I love the work you guys have been doing, and my brain is a puzzle sorter, you guys know that, so I've been kind of listening and tracking, and so that I can help facilitate with the superintendent something, a finished product that we can then help the community see as well and get their buy-in and their input.
I guess what I just wanna look is like you just said, is the mission statement is a short summary of an organization's core purpose, focus, and aims. If that, and the vision, and how the vision is a short description of the organization aspirations and the wider impact it aims to create. If we are, in those terms, aligned with what we are working toward. Because if we're off and, you know, working or in business, that really defines what our goals are, our aspirations. And I just want to look to maybe at, maybe not right now, but we really have to revisit and look at it and see if it really does need to be updated. Does it really still define what our priorities are in the district? I mean, is that still a priority? I would like to see the mission and vision statement, but that would be probably for some other time. I mean, because it's blocked right now, but that could be on there for the retreat. I mean, it could be the same. It could be the
Those are
same.
the ones we have
I
published right now.
don't like that.
I know, that's why I'm
I don't
saying.
like
So
the
those
guidance.
are guiding principles.
Yeah.
That's something totally different.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
even, we
That's
don't even,
what
yeah, that's old. That was
That-
really
during-
old.
That's what I'm saying, is when everybody comes in, we have that posted.
At least the.
I know. And I would like the mission and vision statement to really reflect the change that we're looking toward. I don't remember what it was, but
I'm comfortable with what's there, what's already been established, but I would like to see that
updated.
updated.
I was actually part of that about 10 years ago.
And
Yeah.
see,
But I wanna know how that, I mean, is that when you're in our strategic plans, how does that fall into our goals, our 5-year goals?
It falls short.
Yeah, it does.
The school culture that we're trying to create,
Not-
where does it fall into all
It
the things
doesn't.
that we're trying to align? So that's why I have a huge problem with that, because it's not our vision, it's not our mission statement, it's not what we want to project. That's more like, Jared, ground
Take it
rules,
down.
ground rules in terms of being around each other.
Just by way of reminder, a lot of what
It's
you
just a
guys have
thumbtack.
already talked about is in our equity policy, right? And so as we go through this process, we may want to tweak that equity policy to be more in line with what you guys are saying about, but so far, it's still in line.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about it and then,
Is it
We'll
like
get it, we'll get it.
screwed on and just?
you know, and that's the thing, you know, you were talking, Jermaine, about another board retreat and then Vice President Haskell earlier was just talking about, we keep talking about it. We need to move and do it and, we're saying here as a board that these, you know, what we were talking about and with our thoughts, our opinions on these various positions and how it came about and then and to me, I feel like if our superintendent's really in line with us, then that's enough to go forward.
Yeah, because, you know, it's taken 3.5 years to get to this point, and Gary and I are up for election this year. So you're gonna have new opinions and new focuses if we don't.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not,
You
but
could,
we could. So if we don't get things done in another 3.5 years from now, you all are gonna still be in the same place. We will be in the same place, depending on how the election goes.
So to round out that analogy that I was going with on algebra,
So, and then, okay, let me finish. So what I'm saying is, the same things that happen legislatively and coming all the way down, we get worked up into, and it gets lost in all these, ways to do things or, you know,
It's just this is a slogan.
such as, you know,
It's just a slogan.
like simply Robert's Rule of Order. I mean, we get lost in the procedure
Uh-huh.
instead of, we all know what we want and what needs to happen, but we get lost in all these other stuff. So let's just, we agree, you agree, let's get with it.
here we go, I'm gonna read something. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. Action is the antidote for despair. That's Joan Goethe, I think I pronounced her name, which speaks exactly to what we're talking about. I mean, we all see the problem here again. Now we truly have to have the cojones to actually do something about it.
With going back to the mission statement, well, the one vision, one mission,
That's a slogan.
yeah,
It's not.
yeah,
I don't think it's.
in the community, it's known that it's from the athletic department. For Newcomb, Shiprock, and Kirtland to be straight across the board in athletics. Everything that Kirtland gets, Newcomb gets for athletics, Shiprock gets. So that's where that one vision, one mission came from. And that was by the athletic director or coordinator that's no longer here. That was his thing. And so, but the mission and our value statements are totally different.
Right, that's the community of lifelong learners.
Yeah.
So, in one of my classes that I've taken, he talked about the 5 disciplines. Peter Senge, he talks about what is a shared vision. According to Peter Senge, a shared vision forms when people orient their personal objectives towards an overarching goal. In other words, an organization comes together and says, this is the future we want. And then each member of that organization does his or her best to realize that vision, and that's what we've been doing.
Yep. And I think it shouldn't be just a generic vision, mission, because that really defines what we want in this school district. Oh, there it is, okay. Community of learners dedicated to building lives.
And I actually had a hand in developing that because it was in the leadership meeting that we had here years ago when we were discussing that.
Collective community through continuous.
And I critiqued the living the jeebies out of that first sentence in respect to the vision. So I had a hand in that, putting that together.
And mission.
I mean,
I like the mission, I'm not fond of the vision.
I'm not really fond, I don't really care for the vision either.
And that's what I was questioning again, especially, my point was questioning building lives.
Yeah, I don't like that because if the mission is who we are, like what we are, which is there, we want to be collaborative, building a collaborative relationship, but we're not, because right now we're working in silos within a collective community throughout the continuous learning.
We don't include the
We don't,
community.
yeah, we're not including
We
the
don't listen to
community,
them.
we're not including, like, one school is by itself, down south, and you're separating. So we're not even that, we're not doing what we are.
Yeah.
The
Well,
mission is what
But you
we,
like the mission though, right?
I like the mission, but we're not doing it. It doesn't define who we
Then let's
are.
do it.
And we don't allow open communication,
doesn't
have-
especially with our staff.
And the vision,
reflect culture either.
the vision,
But
We
isn't
really
it
need
supposed to, the vision's supposed to,
it's about our goals.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we're working towards.
Building lives, people are, yeah. I like that, or even like if it was lifelong learners, it would make sense, but we're just building lives, that means we're just having babies. Literally, it would mean that we're just getting pregnant and having babies,
I think,
building lives.
I think that went towards, the CTE, the career readiness, and,
It could be,
not just for the students, but for the adult that come, to certain classes. And I think that was where that came from. And, but I remember when that was created, that there was a lot of people here at this board retreat when that was created, and most of them were community, and I was very surprised by that.
Because if we look at the vision, if we're looking at that vision and that's supposed to exemplify our goals, it really doesn't. It doesn't say what we want, like, not really specific, but we want our kids to be successful. We want our kids to continue learning, whether to be productive members of society, to be able to go into a trade, to go to college, to give back to their community. I mean, there's so many options for our kids, but that doesn't say that. That our vision is not just, it means all of us are community of learners, but it doesn't say what we want as our outcome, as something that we really are aspiring to
the
change.
verb, it doesn't have the verb.
So, because like if I were reading it literally, is we're deciding to have our kids get pregnant and have children.
Yeah, and I even made the comment sitting over there when I said it. I said, that's pretty arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're sitting there, we're actually building them and putting them together.
Yeah.
We don't do that.
So it doesn't really say to what we're really wanting as our outcomes. And we want, you know,
Seriously, for me, I think this again is one of the things that we get stuck on, and then it has no point. And for me, I could care less about a vision. I could care less about a vision statement, a mission statement.
as working in my office, that's one of the
But-
first things that I've done in JOM
But
is because we're not aligned.
some
We're
people, that's how they operate.
in
But for me,
if you look at
I don't
any
care.
successful business, and you look at any business, globally, locally, in any successful business, you have employees that exemplify that. 30-second pitch. You can get into any elevator and talk to about any company. If you're doing that, that's your light, that's your North Star.
It's also an
You're-
accountability measure.
You are, yes, and you're following that. Because if you don't have that,
Just
your people are doing
There's no direction.
all sorts of things, yeah.
So here we
You
go.
have no alignment. You are all over the place.
So to the point of the gentleman that I made reference to, Peter Senji, the first step is that individuals have a purpose and a vision. A purpose for Peter Senji is the reason why one is alive. In other words, it's a direction, a general heading. Purposes or something. Purpose is here something abstract. So again, our collective, we all have an individual vision of what we want to do and where we want to be and how we want to get there. But collectively, how does that vision serve the purpose of the community that we're serving, or the communities that we're serving?
And just listening to you all talk about what your priorities are, this is a very small sliver. It doesn't capture what you guys have been talking about.
It's not.
And I think that would be part of what we need to update, but not everybody understands the mission and vision statements of an organization. And,
or cares.
or cares, but it really does define the direction that
My
we wanna go.
vision would, if I had to give a vision for where I work, would just be safe.
See, but
Go.
that's it.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
that speaks volumes.
that does.
Yeah.
Because that would be for your
that's-
company.
That's in my line.
Yeah.
But as far as, just, it would be a lot.
Like if you
It
were
wouldn't
talking,
just be a little statement, it would be a whole.
no, it doesn't have to be big. It could
It
be
doesn't.
as simple as that, be safe.
Hmm.
Like for us, what instead of community learners and all that, you could put in something like all kids get the same opportunity
The thing
to
that I,
aspire to what they can. I mean, something like that, something that's tangible, that you can, that is, that's relatable to the little kids, kindergartners, to sped students, to student athletes, to, to every grade level, to every type of learner, kinesthetic, auditory, visual, everything.
Because when you look at it, administratively, you may have this. When you go to the schools, they have a whole different. And then the way I see ICO, they have a whole different.
And they can,
And then
but they
you
should
go
all
down to
focus
the
on this.
It
students.
should all fall in line
It
with this.
should fall in,
Yes.
yes.
And that's the
So-
point. So here we go, 2 examples, okay? The first quote is advancing man's capability to explore the heavens. Example of purpose from the 5th discipline, Peter Senji. Then it goes on again. On the contrary, the vision is concrete. Indeed, it is a specific destination, a picture of the desired future. And then the second quote, a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s.
That's why I don't really care for it, because me, just like I said, be safe would be one, that's enough. You know, my crew.
Yeah,
But then you get somebody like this one with the $20 words, oh, let's do it this way. What about?
that's supposed to be with your organization. So if you're a tech company, it might be something techy. But in education, I want to see like something about equality across the board for all our kids, equity, the whole thing, like regardless of what kind of learner or where you're at, you should have the equal opportunity to the best education that our students can get.
What,
I mean, that would be something along that line.
thank you. What I like is a combination of these two here. What I have seen an improvement over when my kids were in school and now with this district is the fact that we have gotten away from everybody has to go to college. You can't be successful if you don't go to college. Now, that was drummed in and drummed in and drummed in. They took out auto mechanics class over here. They took out welding. They took out woodworking. Those buildings were converted over into, oh, well, everything's going to computers. Well, bull. And now we have converted Grace B into a tech. And we are producing, putting out back into the community kids that are not going to go to college, never were going to go to college, but yet they are leaving the facility here, leaving this district with employable skills and things that they like to do. That is, in my opinion, the biggest improvement that this district has made in 35, 25 years. And your idea that, and Ms. Haskey's idea of providing the education for the individual, regardless of what plane they're on or what learning ability she used the term, and I don't speak that big language, but
Well, I'm glad we're at $20 words. I've been accused of much worse than that. I'm happy at
to be
20.
able to, whether it's college degrees, whether it's technical, whatever their learning ability is, for each individual kid, whether they're ADHD or whatever their learning capacity is, whatever their, to be able to figure that out and to educate them at that plane so that they can be functioning in society and go into society able to provide for themselves in the manner that they want to. And that ought to be our goal.
I like that. Just to function in society.
And happily, that is in the equity policy you guys approved. So
Of course.
we have it, it's there. That's what I was thinking was so awesome about what you guys have already done.
Otherwise, we're handicapping them.
Yeah.
This means I pay attention, that's all it means. I'm paying attention.
Yeah, I think, those things need to be
You
updated.
wanna hear a lawyer?
That's my $25 worth.
Yes.
Sure.
I said, you wanna hear a lawyer joke?
Okay.
Do you really want divorce to go bad? Then you bring in a lawyer.
It's true.
Inexpensive.
That's why I don't
Bring
do
it
that. Few layers. I didn't bring in, well, I brought myself into my own, but
That's
we
what,
did settle it.
that's what was told to me, that's why I went pro se.
I should have done it on the tribe, because I think the tribe, if I moved back and then I filed, it would have taken 90 days. And then I would have just, dang, that's a lot of stuff.
Sharon is still waiting for the food, she just texted me.
So
Yeah,
$90, $25 would have taken, $25, there's thousands of dollars.
what are we saying?
Divorce,
So
on the
get
tribe,
married as a married.
yeah.
Don't jinx him.
He's not even married yet. We're not invited to the wedding still. I've been checking my mailbox every day.
We are invited to one reception in October,
Which one is that?
Uncle Jim Watson.
Oh, yeah.
Did you forget?
What?
Jermaine, that we got invited to the wedding, or the wedding reception in October to, at Isleta or Sandia, huh?
One of those two.
What are we talking about?
Wedding reception.
Danielle, that one.
Danielle and Chris.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. That's
So
some
how
fire
was-
right there.
How is this? Serving educational attainment equitably to all students to achieve their individual aspirations.
No.
No?
Needs to come down to 8th grade level.
I like the beginning,
That is
here,
maybe
but-
the aspiration part.
Shorten it.
But you know what, I like the aspiration part.
Because they do,
it really
every
is a-
individual has that.
Yeah, every child
They may
should
have it,
aspire
but do
to
they know the word?
That's why the teachers are there to teach them.
Yeah.
You ought to see the language that Carla uses
I
in that
really,
classroom.
I really like that.
She uses
Yeah.
those $20 words and she explains it to them, so
I
they
think
have to
it-
use it.
I think if we're gonna redo that, then I think it needs to go,
To the
to maybe more, what they would use, I mean, it may sound stupid, but Star Wars. That kind of language,
Oh, I'm like, I could
not
just
Yoda said, or,
I was like, to infinity and beyond. That's not Star Wars.
I was Yoda.
That was not Star Wars, that was.
I was Yoda.
Yeah.
or let's
My
use
head.
Chewbacca as the wow.
Groot, I am Groot.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to say something like, developing our students to work in a, let's see, I know what you're saying, I mean, I just had it,
Listen
but I
to what
lost it.
he said again.
Serving educational attainment equitably. Because that's what we're doing, we're not talking, we've been saying this for how many years now? When you do it equitably, it's the guy, it's the kids at the fence, the ones down here, and they trying to peer through the fence, and equity puts them both at the same, all at the same level. Serving educational attainment equitably, because they're trying to attain that education equitably to all students to achieve their individual aspirations and dreams.
And help them be lifelong learners.
Well, yeah, you can throw that in there, to be lifelong learners or something to that effect. But the point being is, again, equitably, everybody gets the same opportunity, the different outcomes, because we have different aspirations, we have different abilities.
So my recommendation is, it's gonna be very hard to come up with this today, given everything.
Oh, yes, yeah, no, you're not, won't do it.
So that's why my recommendation was, we have done 2 components of that equation to go back to Algebra 2. And the next phase will be to come back and finalize that stuff. So we have some work internally to do to bring back to you guys to look at those roles and say, are these matching these priorities? That's some work we have to do internally. We'll bring that back and that will, I think, help you guys get to that next place.
Because again, from what you said and what we've been discussing here at our U-shaped table, is that really focusing on the outcomes and pointing our But at
Compass,
this
you need a compass, a North Star.
well, yeah, that, but really how we use efficiently and effectively our budget to attain that. And that through personnel, placement, all those things. Again, at the end of the day, who are we serving? How is that serving the students?
Exactly.
That's the important
So
thing. And it's done equitably.
So-
You have to do it equitably.
we were talking about how this here doesn't include, you know, our community and things like that. So to me, then what was presented, I feel like to cater to that community, to include, we need words that they know.
Resonate with
Yeah.
the community.
And because I'm sure you know people besides me that you come across a person that talks way up here. Well, I meant this, and then they bring it down. Now, well, why didn't you say that? You know, instead of, I don't need this $20 impression up here, you know, just say. So, guilty?
I feel like Jermaine scarred you.
So, I'm doing therapy now. But, you know,
I have PTSD.
but those are the things we need to think about.
Yeah, I think, I think the concept is there. I
Yeah.
think we just need to bring it down to layman's terms.
Exactly. I just want to throw it out there. I think we should give it to the high schools and let the high school students come up with their own
See, there's-
vision.
Okay,
Because they're in school, this is their district, and we're just sitting up here.
I
I
disagree.
This is for
Yeah,
the
This
entire,
is for the whole
entire
school district.
Well, I mean,
Shouldn't be.
But it's not for, it's not
that's,
for the
see,
kids.
remember earlier I said, we're gonna have a board, this is mainly for the board, from the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
The last time that we created this, we had community here, parents or whoever was here, and they had part in this, so they built this. But then when you look at administrative, it's gonna be a whole different one. If
So
you look
what-
at student, it's gonna be a whole different one. And, you know, principals, it's gonna be a different one. So-
See, if you want community involvement, you do a survey to see what common, like what common words, what common concepts come out of it. You don't need all the people here. You just need to do the surveys to see what's coming out of the community. What are they saying they want for their kids? What's coming out of the students, saying what they want? What did they hope to gain? And then as a board, we're tasked with taking that and putting it together to formulate the vision. And each school, each program can have their own mission and vision statement. But at the school
Consistent.
district, with what program that they're running.
That this is the umbrella.
Right.
What you guys are gonna come up with here is the umbrella, and then how that's implemented for each community is gonna be a little bit different. What Kirtland needs is gonna be a little bit different than Newcomb, et cetera, right? So that's the adaptability.
But the overarching, like the big picture of the organization, if anybody says, you're from CCSD, what's your mission? And what are your goals? they should be able to point to that and be able to say, that's overall, that's what we do.
The-
Overall, not like, okay, I'm in Shiprock, so this is what my goal is. No, it should be overall, like that's what you're looking to.
And the good news is, we're consistent. The big we is consistent, so the work that was done on graduate profile in the communities, it's consistent with what you guys have been saying. We're not, like, there's not a huge split.
Yeah, and the way I've seen, like, we've gone through 2 companies now. I've been part of 2 different companies, my work. And it's like they try to reinvent the wheel. Safety program. Whereas from Naval Mine, BHP, it was just simply be safe. And we're still doing that, but these 2 come in and they try to reinvent, they try to, I don't know, then it's still the same message. But they try to add all this other stuff to it, and it's just,
They use flowery language,
yeah,
make it sound,
yeah.
but still.
So,
They're $30 words, not 20.
no. We're technical, so it's $10.
No, technically it's not, it's about $100. Depending on what
No.
school they go to. Yes,
$10.
if you really want to be technical with that.
If it was
they spent like
engineers
6
now,
years.
then it'd
Are we
be,
No,
gonna
you
have
have to,
a
you have
bidding
to,
war?
yeah, you have to factor in the inflation with the egg prices and all that, so.
You can do a good auction voice. My $10, I'm at 15. Do I hear 15? I need a 20.
What about kind of similar, something like this, developing cultural values and educational focus, focusing on achievement of morale and internal values of our way of life, something like that. Because they culturally, if you're traditional, you walk in that life, and then when you go out
but you
off the
never.
reservation, then you also have the western side
Mhm.
that you've been taught. So you're coming from two worlds
Or more.
of your way of life, and you're applying it out there, so you're more successful than the next person.
There's more than 2 worlds.
Well, I mean,
Cultures.
culturally.
Culturally, you have lots of different,
I mean, for an individual.
you can.
Yeah, like, just like my daughter. Okay, she's there at college. There's hardly any Native Americans, it's probably just her and maybe like 4, even though they're in South Dakota. Majority of her college is Anglo. And she has to be, just like the Selena thing, she has to be twice as much because they question her and they tell her, where are you from? And she's like, Shiprock. And they go and look it up and they're like, you're from a reservation, you're Indian, you're this and that, and you guys still live in teepees and you guys still run around with loincloths. That's how they view us out there. And she's like, no. And so when she has a tough time, like her first year of college, she really had a tough time, homesick and all of that stuff. She really depended on her grandpa's teachings of the Navajo way. And she took all her cedar and her little, her little shell and all that stuff. She took that with her. And she used that. Traditionally, that's what she knew to fall back on when she was out there away from home, away from her family. That's what kept her strong and staying with it instead of just crumbling and coming back home.
Mhm.
She used that her way of life here.
Foundation.
Yeah, the foundation from here. And like they had a outage of I think their water was turned off and I don't know, electricity, something happened within the year and they were, they were like all freaking out, and Ashanet was like,
Yeah.
you know, this is nothing.
It's typical.
Yeah, you know, she still washed her face, she still showered, she did all the stuff and they were like, how did you do? She's like, that's how it is at home. So, you know, my grandparents, my great-great-grandparents didn't have running water or electricity, and this is what we do. And they were like, you know, so that's what,
Resiliency.
yeah. And then like the Filipino community, they come from the kind of almost similar environment, and so that's what I mean, the way of life. And then even when you are Anglo, you have a clan system because you come from someplace. And you know, whether it's Ireland or whatever, they have their own set of ways of living too, and you know, so I just see that our students live that way, and especially when they go into the military, a lot of hardships that they endure in the military, it's easier for them. Yeah, it's easy for them.
I got a few
Yeah.
points about that.
Yeah.
First, for me, you speak to what you were saying about the two worlds. I think I told you guys about what my daughter had said in high school about walking in three worlds.
Exactly.
It's not two, it's three. That's
Because
the reality.
It
But,
can be way more.
excuse me?
I think it can be way more than that.
Oh, no, it can, but I'm just saying in respects to, when you look at it typically to, well, okay, let's dissect it then even further than that, it's more than that. In reality, if you look at my kids, Hopi, Navajo, Hispanic, okay? so-
Gender.
And then the Anglo, obviously,
Male,
because
female.
that's the predominant society that they have to grow up in. Now, we were at the graduation for my son in Georgia, and the commander of battalion was a colonel. He was getting up there and he was talking about the 5 different countries that were represented in the graduation. I might forget one of them, but one was Argentina. I think it was Argentina, Mexico, Cuba, Poland, and then there was another South American country. Anyways, so he acknowledged them. After graduation was over, was mingling around, I went up to him and I said, thank you for the acknowledgement. I said, but it would have been nice if you would have acknowledged the Native Americans. And then he looked at me and the term is curt. He said it very curtly. And the African Americans. I said, well, yeah, but you stand on Native American land. And he looked at me and he kind of moved back. He goes, yeah, you're right. The point again is the acknowledgement of where you are,
Oh, I didn't realize how loud.
why you are there, not specifically to acknowledge that, but to acknowledge everybody else, the importance of this country and where it's founded. That's what wasn't done to me. If you're gonna go out of your way and pronounce all these other places that are foreign to this country in respects to different lands, you should acknowledge the most important one, your standard. In my humble opinion. But again, to the point of what you were saying about, acknowledging the 3 worlds, or even multiple in some cases.
Well, maybe that can be homework.
Well,
Or the 4, put together a vision and a mission.
And if you want the community input or the staff input, just do a survey, a quick survey to look for those key phrases or key words that
This
we're
one
looking for.
wasn't staff, it was
It's community. So then, just a community
We can-
survey.
talked about that at a retreat, I don't know, was it 2 years ago? Where we were gonna do outreach out.
But never happened.
And that's why we need like a timeline so that we do stay on schedule and it doesn't get forgotten, because I think we had a retreat during the pandemic, and then we didn't have any after that. And it seems like we're pushing now to make up for all the lost retreats.
Retreated from the retreats.
We retreated from the retreats, and so now we're
Embracing the retreat.
yeah, we're
Advance to the retreat.
that's right.
when you say retreat, I think of like
You guys say I'm
in
not
the
a
bathwater.
advancing to the rear.
You know, when I said retreat, like I said, I have a weekend retreat, Saturday retreat. People, I'm like, no, it doesn't involve like massage.
See, that's the
And-
first thing that popped in.
She even brought her bathing suit.
I was like, where's the mineral water?
You're like, I need this in
No
California.
Where's my room?
I need bubbly water.
What do they call those? The hot springs?
Oh, hot springs. Next retreat.
Do those really work?
Gosa.
Yes,
They do?
Yes.
yes.
Does it smell?
Yeah.
Some of them, some of them
Sulfur.
not.
It smells like sulfur, but it's really good for you. It really is relaxing. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This might also be, let's share.
Somebody want my blue mush?
You don't like it? You don't like
I'll have it. All right, now I don't like them.
walking in two worlds is.
Walking my eye.
Walking in two worlds is.
It's a lot of work, so we're hungry, we need to eat. Big bite.
Okay.
What?
I touched somebody's bread.
Ms. Jordan.
Okay. I think it's yours.
She had
You have
extra bread.
stew. I had fried bread.
I
Okay,
had tortilla.
sorry, I'm putting your tortilla back and I'm gonna not touch it because I realized I thought I had lamb ribs and we got lamb sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Sandwich.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and
Is it
so,
the tortilla?
so here, right here, I tore
I think
it.
they put everything all in one.
I tore it.
Fried bread.
Sorry.
Oh,
These, I don't know
touched
what
it.
they are. I don't know if
What
it
is
goes with your, to go with your meal or.
It's a biscuit or roll.
oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? I am in a meeting, I'm in a meeting. I don't know what she's saying. Okay, I have onions and you have the other onions, huh?
Yeah.
And we have little plates?
Yeah, the ones in the.
I don't know what this is for. Like little plates got put in front of me. We didn't get lamb ribs, huh?
Mm-mm.
This is my sandwich.
Sandwich, yeah. Yeah, gold. Good. Sharon, you're doing good.
I'll share.
Good discussion though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's so important to have these kinds of conversations.
Yeah.
It really helps our brains think and grow.
I got into this.
Those are $5 words.
Not with inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just checking, remember where,
I know. I had to look down at it too. I was like, are we like really off? No. What guidelines are you wanting to establish or talk about?
Okay, so, the first thing to talk about is the most recent health order from Navajo Nation, January 20th, 2023. This lifts the mask mandate except for certain entities. And those are educational facilities, so that includes early childhood, primary schools and secondary schools. And so with respect to our schools on Navajo Nation, the most recent health order requires continued use of masks on Navajo Nation. And keeps in play the previous safe school framework and mitigation plans, which still emphasizes virtual learning but allows for choice, right, Suzette? The other ones that are exempt from the lifting of the mask mandate are nursing homes and those who provide care to vulnerable populations, healthcare facilities, and people with COVID symptoms, or who have been exposed to people who tested positive.
So, the early childhood education, which is childcare and preschool.
Right, then it goes on to say early childhood education, and then primary schools and secondary schools, and we are primary and well, I guess we're all three. And then they have in parentheses, including school-sponsored events held indoors.
So, this is school-sponsored events held indoors. So is our board meetings a school-sponsored event?
It's in an educational facility, it says.
It's in an educational facility.
I don't see how we differ from chapter houses.
I mean, we could request a clarification on that. We could ask, we could send a letter requesting, an email requesting clarification on that.
Yeah, that way,
Especially if we're still doing our board meetings on Navajo Nation primarily virtually, then that's a distinction, right? I want to find the most recent one with respect to
and
capacity.
that wouldn't just pertain to us, it would pertain to, the, IEC. Their meetings as well. But as far as I know, they're opening up chapters. Everything's open, they're wanting to.
Isn't it to 50% capacity still?
No,
That's
I don't
open.
know if it's open. It's been open
Limitations.
longer, because they're more governance, not educational.
So the odd thing on the website is those previous emergency orders, I'm not finding. I only see the latest one, the 2023-01.
They probably took it down.
Yeah, so if we could get clarification on that.
Uh-oh, spreading.
No.
Uh-oh.
But, hope not.
Jared.
Is it terminal?
I've been drinking a lot of bush shot too.
What kind of whiskey?
She said sake.
Please smile with me. So I'm not alone.
Why would I pick on you?
I don't know. It's easy to pick on me.
Totally easy.
That's the second time you've been told.
2 T's. Easy 2 T's.
Vulnerable.
Where did you get that? Vulnerable.
Nursing homes located within the Navajo Nation
Oh,
and
vulnerable
individuals.
population?
Yeah, individuals who provide care to the vulnerable population. Elders.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not listing the previous ones.
So we're clear on that. And then as far as, until we get clarification, then
Be more conservative.
we'll continue this setup. And, until we get clarification. Yeah, yeah, the same thing. We'll have the regular meetings up here. So in case, the question came up earlier about, are we keeping things the same or since that announcement? And, but I wanted to have the guidelines and then make sure all the board has the same. But it seems like we need further clarification. Then once as we get that, if it's decided, then we can make changes.
Okay.
I do want to let Mr. Carlson know, and he can pass this down to them, but I'm really proud and I'm happy that CCSD, that they got little N95K masks for the little kids at the elementary, and they gave them out to them, because my grandson, he came out with it all last week, and I was like, oh my gosh, how cute. I said, where did you get that from? He said, my teacher. And I said, oh, that's nice of them. They give that to you. And then the other little kids, they had them. So I was really impressed with that. And I was really happy to see that, especially with the babies. Yeah, I was really impressed.
To me, I mean, it's good. But to me, in my work setting, we have N95s and where I go is really dusty and cold but we throw those away after. I mean, for me, if I'm in a real dusty area for say 4 or 5 hours working on a problem, then I throw that away and I get me another one. So I don't understand how you make these reusable. Because I don't reuse mine. And I don't put it away, put it in a plastic or, to save it for later, I throw it away. And so I don't know how, with this, how they say that's good.
Yeah. Well, I was glad that, that they were really, just giving because he got one every day, a new one. When he.
That's good.
Yeah, it wasn't the same one, he got a new one.
Even the fabric, how can you wear it every day and not wash it?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, I was a happy grandma.
With that, we're
Is always happy.
our next item on the agenda is executive session. Do you want to do the evaluation first?
is Gary back?
He's just
Yeah,
walking.
he's back.
You just drunk walking in.
Yeah.
His car.
Okay, we'll go into executive session.
And do you want, us out? Or in?
Well,
Jeff
who's
has
gonna
motion
run
for
it if you guys go out?
Just for the evaluation part.
Oh,
I thought you were gonna talk about.
I will, there's other things that we'll come back in for, but the evaluation part.
Oh, the evaluate, oh, yeah.
evaluating. Do you have a tool?
Are you not the board attorney?
Yes. I
So
just wanted to
why-
ask,
Why would you go out?
I'm just asking.
Are you gonna tell him?
No.
Okay, I guess you'll stay in.
Do you go over there or do I just go out?
That's not a bad
Just go
idea.
out. Just go out.
Executive session.
I need a motion to go into executive. Motion given by Gary, second.
I have to read all of that. Sorry, boss.
I don't know who was second.
Marion, did you second?
I did, yeah.
Motion to convene.
Hold on. So, we motion to convene an executive session to discuss limited personnel matters regarding superintendent's evaluation as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10, 15(1)(h)(2) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss limited personnel matters impending and/or threatened litigation as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10, 15(1)(h)(2)(7) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss pending and/or threatened litigation associated with impact aid, plant closure, and PRC matters as permitted by NMSA 1978, Section 10, 15(1)(h)(7. The New Mexico Open Meetings Act. And it was motion by Gary Montoya and second by Mr. Wells. So we are now,
No,
Now you go, go call.
Take a vote.
roll call, VP Haskell,
yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. So 5-0, we are now in executive session. We're reconvening in open session. Did you start the recorder?
I am about to start right now.
And that one over there, she really knows how to party.
She knows
She's the life of the party. She's
the laughter.
there.
she's the laughter of the party.
Madam President,
Heckler, I'm the heckler.
We are reconvening in open session stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discuss limited personnel matters regarding superintendent's evaluation as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 1015(1)(h)(2) of New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss limited personnel matters and pending or threatened litigation as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 1015(1)(h)(2)(7) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss pending and or threatened litigation associated with IPA 8, plant closure, and PRC matters as permitted by NMSA 1978, section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. So we have a motion already by Secretary Wells and seconded by Vice President Haskell. And a roll call, Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells.
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes,
and I, yes.
just as a point of reference and clarity, it's a vote of roll call. For the record. Because some people can just misconstrue it as just that we're saying we're present. That's all I'm saying.
No, we were voting on,
People
So-
with language.
we'll go to 4, item 4A. Discussion of key policies needing revision.
So, the first one I'm gonna talk about is something we are just starting to wrangle with, and that's because the law changed to allow recreational marijuana in the state. And so one of the issues is that in the past, we randomly drug tested for all sorts of things, marijuana, alcohol. What else do we randomly drug test for?
Opioids, there's 2 other illegal substances.
So the issue with this type of analysis, and what was the entity, superintendent, that presented on this? Was it NIMSIA or?
It was Palm
Palms.
Associates, but it was I believe Ford and Sia.
Yes, it was for the NIMSIA conference, right? And so their conclusion, and we can, not today, but we can, I think it would be helpful for the board to actually hear that presentation again. I think some of the board members were actually at that. I don't know if you guys attended this particular presentation. Does this sound familiar? So the issues are,
There's also a PowerPoint
that's what I mean.
review,
Yeah.
rather than actually
It
here.
was a little high when I was stepping.
I don't mean hearing that one, but us kind of walking it through and having that discussion with them. So the high level issues are, you can't really fire someone for doing something that's legal if they are not showing impairment at work. So for example, if somebody drinks alcohol on the off hours and they come to work and they don't have impairment, we can't discipline them for that. In the past, marijuana was illegal. Now it's at the state level legal, not legal on the Navajo reservation, and not legal federally, so that creates complexity. The issue with marijuana is that from a drug test standpoint,
it stays in a person's system. And so the test doesn't determine impairment, it only determines if it's been in your system essentially, I think it's for like 30 days or maybe even more, right?
Less, a little
30
less,
days.
but 30 days or less,
Depending on-
depending on the amount of usage.
So
He's speaking from experience.
Depending on the level of fatigue.
The grade,
Comes the life of the party.
see, that's why you have a party.
not that we're being recorded or anything, but, so that's the issue, is now we have to kind of clean up our policy with respect to random testing, for example, with marijuana, because let's say you have hypothetically a person that is randomly tested, tests positive for marijuana, but they have no impairment signs. It becomes a huge liability for us to then discipline that person. It also is very confusing because we have federal funds that we use. We're also on Navajo reservation. And so now we're entering into this very murky, muddy place where it's a great issue for a trial court to take up potentially. I think from our perspective, we wouldn't want to be a test case on that. And so we really need to kind of think through our policy so that we're meeting all three of those jurisdictions' concerns while at the same time not creating liability.
Okay, first thing is that I go back to where I work federally. That's a federal mine site. So being on federal lands and MSHA is the police, you know, and okay, something as simple as setting your brakes on your equipment, your part brake. MSHA comes in and in their rule book, in their guidelines, in their code book or statutes, it doesn't say that you have to have your part brake set. However, they do go back and respect the company's policies. Is it written? So the company policy says, yes, must be part braked. And so that there is the bind or the, what they stand on as far as discipline or termination. So
So
do we have a policy?
no, our policy is not in line with the current change in law. So it's also this question of random drug testing. So random drug testing means you're literally reaching into somebody's kind of private life. It brings up constitutional due process and search and seizure and privacy issues because you're not saying, I have a reasonable suspicion to test you, it's just random. So that creates liability and question. And then, and so that's one part of it, right? I'm only bringing it up as so you guys can start thinking about it because it's something we need to address because the law has changed.
So I think even though the law has changed, we're dealing with children and their safety. I think when we say that the state, it legalized marijuana, but we're dealing with children. Would you want your bus drivers, how is it reflecting on our insurance, like Christina said, how is it gonna look with those insurance premiums and so forth? I mean, there's more than just it deals with our finances. It's not just the law, but.
And this is coming from NIMSIA, right? So this presentation was given to NIMSIA and NIMSIA is kind of I'm not gonna say signing off, but they're wrestling with this too. The issue is the random part, not the impairment part. In the impairment part, forget about it, that's easy. If someone demonstrates impairment while they're functioning in a school setting,
zero tolerance.
Well, even if you're driving down the road and you get rear-ended, I mean, they have a right to test you even
Yes.
though you got hit.
Right. And
And
again,
so it's not, I
suspicion.
mean, but even then, you're not the person who hit, you're the victim in the sense of getting hit. If any of our bus drivers hit somebody, the first thing we do would be to drug test. And are we willing to take that chance?
no, we're not talking, this isn't talking about that situation, it's talking about the random part. Where there's nothing like that. There's no indicator, there's no accident, there's no impairment, it's just random. And that's the part that NIMSIA is concerned about, because then you are starting to get messy with the due process rights.
Federal funds.
Is this,
The school
For
policy at one
employees
time was
or both?
that you're working for the school district, you are subject to random testing.
Yeah, but we have federal funds 1 through 7. We have the federal guidelines. Would they fund us if we're,
And that's the
Yeah.
gray area right now.
for all of that?
And so that's the piece, I mean, I'm not coming down either side of this. What it is a conversation that we have to have because it's not clear right now. And so I think it's important for you guys to hear the Palms and Associates NIMSIA analysis
Mhm.
and make an informed decision about how you want to proceed with our policy. So this is just a high level, let's start thinking about it. We haven't gone anywhere with it except that.
Are you gonna send that to us?
well, on the random thing, if you are caught on something on a random test, if you're on Navajo Nation, drinking and marijuana and drugs are all illegal, so you're on property and you're on state property, that would find you to be illegal. And just because they did a random test, and then we have to abide by the child neglect and child abuse there, and so we have to, and all across CCSD properties, there's no smoking. So,
Right.
But
This is talking about something that somebody does in their private life.
yeah, but like if I went home and I came back and I was drunk and I went to TDA and I'm just standing there, then
That's easy.
Somebody's like,
It's impairment, check the
but no,
box, they're done.
I'm not impaired. Like, nobody knows. Like, I went and I drank just a tiny bit. And I went to TBA for a parent meeting or whatever, but I'm an employee. And then, I don't know, the principal comes out and says, we're gonna do random checks just because, just do random checks. So the employees lined up and I get, mine shows up positive. I'm not supposed to have alcohol on Navajo Nation. I'm not supposed to be at work around kids in that condition anyway. So I violated already like a lot of laws. I mean, and we're reported mandated reporters. So whether or not that was a random drug test, they're still mandated to report me. So it still goes.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Yeah, for
It's
the-
just something you guys are gonna have to wrestle with in terms of how to deal with our current policy. Our current policy is pretty ambiguous.
So I got a clarification on the word
Yes.
random. Generally speaking, that random test is given to those people that operate vehicles for the school district.
Yep.
You just don't walk in the building and tell a teacher, hey, you're gonna come in here,
It can be
take
anything,
a,
right?
no, it's just those people
It's
that
mostly our
operate
safety
vehicles.
sensitives.
Operation of vehicles.
So random is not random in the sense of just random across the district, it's random for those people that are operating school district equipment.
Right, and the only issue that's changed is that we don't have a really good test to determine impairment with marijuana because it stays in your system so long.
No, understood, and under the
So that's-
circumstance, if, again, a situation comes about to where somebody, and I know because I used to have to do those random tests, There was one point in time where it was 3 months in a row, so it didn't seem pretty damn random to me that I got picked 3 months in a row.
When you
So-
were the life of the party.
Yeah, at that time.
Were you eating a lot?
What's that?
Were you eating a lot?
No, they have that. But anyways, what I'm saying is that, so you're randomly picked and selected, you do the drug test. Comes up positive for marijuana. Okay, and I've been working for the past couple of days, and I'm obviously not stoned, but it's in my system. Common sense tells me at some point in time he did somewhere within the last 30 days. Reason would say he's not. So that's where you qualify the people doing the test with someone who is certified, qualified to test impairment. It's an automatic given, okay, you test positive, and then you test whether or not they are impaired. And if you can visibly see that and they pass the test, well then, okay, it obviously occurred prior, days, weeks before. That's a commonsensical thing to me, in my opinion. That's how you address it. But obviously, if I go and take a drug test and I got glassy eyes and I smell like marijuana, must have been standing outside smoking the hooch and got stoned while I was standing there waiting to get a test. And then guess what? I failed. See? So there's some common sense application to this. And again, we need to understand what I said about random. Random is not so random where you just pull somebody out of a building. It's specifically for those people who operate vehicles.
And-
Now, let me finish this one.
Yes, sir.
Random is when you're in the military and they come knocking at your door, 2:00 in the morning, piss test.
Mm-hmm.
That's random. Every damn body is random.
Yep. And you're gonna do it whether you want to or
Whether
not.
you want to or not, guess what? You're gonna do it.
And it's absolutely true that from a random test perspective, if you decide to be in a safety sensitive position, you are agreeing to random drug
Subjected
tests.
yourself to
And
that.
see, that is the key right
You-
there. When you get hired, you already know that you're gonna get random testing.
The wrinkle is we now have a very gray mushy area because we have a change in the law on the state level and not the other two federal counterparts. And that's just the part we'll have to deal with in terms of our policy.
I'm gonna leave at 5:30, so if you,
Ready? I'm ready to go to the
Is that
next
gonna
one.
be random?
that's gonna be random,
Okay.
but I'm
It doesn't sound very random. It sounds pretty
Yeah, it sounds random to me.
He needs to text you when you get home.
I'm meeting my sister for dinner in town.
After that. He just wants to make sure you're safe.
And I will text you.
It might be later. Okay, the other policies, you know, we heard at the LFC, for example, that, and there's been a couple statutes over the past few years that have wanted us to have more reporting on sexual misconduct, for example, and also from a training standpoint. So those are additional policies that we're recommending we start looking at to tighten up. We've also begun implementing a new Title IX procedure and process, which you know, we think is really pretty top notch. It needs probably a little bit of fine tuning, but it's definitely head and shoulders above where we have been in the past on Title IX issues. Same for our investigation process. We want to start bringing that in front of you. And then the other one, yes, sir?
The only question I have is, was it HB 128 or SB 128 for that?
I think it's HP.
I think it was HB 128 that you were talking about, the first one. And again, the application of reporting, that's an absolute imperative to CYA, not just the district, but even the accused, to ensure that they get due process and it's served adequately and properly. So to me, in my opinion, properly would be the important word there. In respects to the Title IX, my question is, to the district would be, do we have people that are just not filling the position, pursuant to say, hey, would you? Truly have, again, knowledge.
Yes, and the answer to that is yes.
Okay, so I sure as hell hope so. So again, I don't want it to be subjective, just because somebody might have PhD or doctor in their name or has been in the district for 15, 20 years. There's certain things you need to look for, and also ensuring that when those things are done, they're done in a manner that truly protects the individuals that are involved.
Yeah, I think the process that, I mean, and you remember, this is evolution over the last few
Yeah.
years. We've been talking about some of these issues for 4 years at least, and we've made incremental progress under our superintendent's leadership. That has really shot forward, and so I'm really excited about that. As you guys know, I've been harping literally about those issues since I got here, because they're the ones that keep me up at night, especially like the Newcomb issues being so far out. And so I feel, again, like we are in the best spot we ever have been with that, and I've talked to you, some of them too. The next policy that we are gonna bring to you guys is the threat assessment. It's pretty close to done. There are a couple elements that we want to have more board involvement on. The cultural aspect, the CAT team process, and also, you know, how we interact with Navajo Nation with respect to some of these issues, that kind of overlay. So that policy is gonna be brought to you Thursday or Tuesday?
I think it's Thursday.
Thursday.
With the caveat that we are actually wanting some board involvement on those two issues to kind of round that out.
Is that threat assessment for mental health, or is that a threat assessment for safety in the school, safety?
Threat assessment response in respects to,
Yeah, because there's two, there's
Understood.
different one.
understood,
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about.
And that's the other aspect that we would actually enjoy having more board involvement on as well. So one of the recommendations I have with respect to that policy is that the board designate a couple board members to serve kind of on a core team that brings that forward.
I think I had already said that when we first had that initial discussion, that I would assist, not necessarily crafting it, but because of the background and experience. Absolutely.
What's wrong with it, bringing it to the board?
That's what's gonna
No,
happen.
we
That's
are.
what's gonna happen.
Absolutely, we're gonna do both. But I think, for example, Ms. George, for example, has really great experience, and it's hard to do all of that work in a board meeting, in a board setting. So whoever wants to participate in that offline, I think it's important. There's a lot to consider, and I just think it's really helpful, and of course, you know, you've raised that as well. Various folks have different knowledge about that, so that's why I'm saying why my recommendation is you do both as a whole board, but also just to round that out, to have some of that brainstorming happen.
No, I think it should just be at the board as a presentation. Then you have all five, our input, and then the community that sees, you know, our audience see what goes into a policy. And, you know, and how we go about amending it or, you know, adding to it.
And what I'm suggesting wouldn't take away from that. You would still do that.
Well, why do it twice?
I don't think I'm suggesting you do it twice. There's just a level of input. I don't have a real preference, but I just thought it would be helpful to like we have on the budget committee, for example, or the audit committee. That's the concept that I'm thinking about.
No, I think it should just be in front of the board. So, that's the only item, the cannabis and, what'd you say, the threatening?
Threat assessment.
There's cannabis, there's Title IX, there's the threat assessment, there's investigations. I feel like there was one more.
And I'd like to bring back the policy
Oh,
meetings.
sexual misconduct, there's like,
What about the online
separate.
behavior?
That's a good one.
Okay. Right, I have to go, I apologize, but my sister drove all the way out here to meet me, so
Have a good evening.
thank you so much.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
Safe
I shall.
travels.
And just let me know when the next retreat's gonna be, please.
Any preference?
Not next weekend, definitely not next weekend. Not the following weekend either.
Well, we're gonna need probably a month to do what we need
Okay.
to do.
Yeah, a month should be okay.
What about
because,
place?
This is fine, yeah,
Same place.
as long as Sharon gets those steaks again. Chef, the chef, over here.
Chef Burns.
Yeah, no. Not that one.
We'll see you.
See you later.
Chef Lambe.
The next issue, or the next thing on the agenda, Board President, is legislative priorities, which we already talked about this morning. So I don't know that we really need to go back
No.
to that. And then discussion of next retreat date and topics would be the final item on our agenda.
What is that now again?
Discussion of the next retreat date and topics.
Okay. And I was just gonna say, as I said earlier, about how I'm going to Washington the next Sunday, but I know we talked about the priorities and stuff, but I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm gonna keep pushing the Filipino and the visa issue on out there too, so, because that also impacts us.
When are you going?
Next Sunday,
For,
NCAI.
okay, for the Congress one?
Say it again?
For the Congress one?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You do know about that, right? There's, I thought everybody got it.
That's what I thought everybody got to notice. So no,
Did you get word on that?
I-
On the
Yes, no,
NC?
Congress of American Indians.
I can send it out.
I don't remember getting it.
I can send it out.
I thought they sent it.
Can you share that for me?
Yes,
Or
Either one.
with Cheryl and,
Okay. Are you doing it or am I doing it? You doing it? You're doing it, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome.
so there's, let's see. There's a meeting in Washington, under National Congress of American Indian. And that starts Monday, February 20th, to the 23rd in Washington.
Can't take it away.
Only if you pay for her flight,
I can't see her.
you can't.
She won't fly.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Start driving in.
It'll be over by the time I got there.
Seatbelt.
So So, but that's available and, when we went to Sacramento, that's what that was for.
Oh, okay.
So, at that time of the year, that's when resolutions are taken. But I feel, because I have the agenda here and there's some good topics and I think it would be good for us to, stand up there and say pro col.
And that's on the 20th, you said?
Yeah,
Through the 23rd.
20th to the 23rd.
Instead of pouring cold water, you pour coal all over the environment.
I think I started this on Wednesday.
So. And that's it sounds like that's at the Capitol.
That's located there.
Hilton Capitol.
Hilton Capitol. Not too far away from Capitol and stuff. You don't need a Chinese balloon to get there. Ting. It's twice now for that.
Yeah, it's a good conference. And,
I'm glad at least one person's going. I wanna look at those materials.
yeah, it's, I'm debating still. But after looking at the agenda, I mean, that's some good sessions and
Are you ready to go? Ready to go?
so the board retreat,
Can we look at a month from now? Pursuant to their time frame and being able to construct
Can we say 6 weeks for the session?
after? Oh, yeah, that'd be better. Definitely.
Cause then session will be kind of ending.
Yeah, because we may have to invest a smidge time, put on there and fend or shoot down.
so shall we plan in May or April?
May. End of April? Well, weren't we, or end of March, is that what you mean? 6
You
weeks
said a
would
month.
be, 6 weeks would be mid-March to end of March. Which is good in a time frame because it gives enough time for the next hiring year's decisions on realignment.
And you have a better idea too, overall.
So in March?
End of March,
So I
last, like the 3rd or the 4th week of March would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I got a question, Superintendent. In respects to the construct of the budget, are we gonna have something close to that at that timeframe? Certainly a good, by the time we go through it.
Yeah, they're working on it now.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm saying, at least have in place most of.
Yeah, we sat down with them this last week. A bunch of it, so.
So that month should also give you guys enough time to put something together,
I
right?
don't think I don't think.
Reasonably speaking.
I forgot. The carrier.
So maybe a week after the end of the session.
Jermaine.
So, can you keep that in mind, Sharon? That perhaps March 20th, that week of, a possible board retreat, okay?
And that's really good timing because the session will be over and we can talk about what passed and what didn't.
Mm-hmm,
And that's why I'm saying that it's the week after.
yeah. So,
Oh, if I may add, interrupt your thought process there. Hopefully we could have had something with the President's Office of Navajo Nation by that time as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We definitely will have had something with them.
which is good, even better.
And with that one, who's gonna reach out and do that?
I mean, I think you tasked me with doing that, so I'm happy to do that in conjunction with our superintendent.
With, that meeting, setting up that meeting?
He did give me his cell phone, so,
He gave you his cell phone
yes.
or the number?
He literally handed me his cell phone and said, put your information in here, so I did.
But he didn't give you his number.
Yeah, and then he texted me, or he called me, so I have it.
Okay, well, since he was kind enough to do that, that tells me that he wants you to stay in touch, so I would just
Good.
oblige him.
But please remember,
Yes, absolutely.
that he's part of the.
Who are you? I kid because I like
Thank you.
you. Welcome.
So, okay,
We're on to adjournment.
yeah. A motion,
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
I third.
did you get that?
Yes, I did. Vice
So-
President Haskey is yes and abstention.
A roll call for adjournment.
Yes.
Secretary Wells, yes. Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Absolutely.
and I say yes.